All right. I think I am live. That is true, and if I sound okay, you regulars, you know the routine. Hit that number 1. Hey, Sam, good morning. Again, if I sound okay audio-wise, hit that number 1. I always like to get 5 number 1s to have ultimate confidence. Kyle with the first one. Jackson, good morning. Brett, Jackson, Brian. Perfect. All right, good. And as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. Wow, we're only at 3 likes right now. So if you've been here before, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, no need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to like it, enjoy, but hey, welcome. Good to have you. You think LIDR will go back with earnings tomorrow? Oh, I have no idea. Nobody knows. Earnings is just absolute crapshoot. Nobody knows with earnings. Kunde, good morning. Alphonsus, good morning. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Slow, which is to be expected with the Fed announcement later today. But yes, welcome everybody. It is January 30th. I just lied. It is not January 30th. It's the other J month. It is July 30th, 2025. Well, yeah, I've been watching LIDR, but what does that have to do with me knowing what it's going to do on earnings? I have no idea. That's what I think. I have no idea. That's my answer to any earnings, because nobody knows what something will do on earnings. But I'm getting the sneaky suspicion that you had no trade plan. You just hopped in, no risk management. I'm guessing it's down, and you're holding and hoping right now. Let's see. Yeah. Where did you buy at? Where did you buy at, Bend? Please don't tell me you're somebody that chased the price up here. Where's your entry point? I sold, but yeah, I lost money. Well, at least you sold. At least you didn't sit there and turn yourself into a bag holder. So it happens, but good job for you for actually cutting the loss. There's a lot to be applauded in that, as opposed to getting stubborn, digging in your heels, and then holding the thing for the next 8 years. And then maybe you get back to break even and you're like, I'm glad I held. Yeah, I mean, forget about the last 8 years where you missed out on all sorts of opportunities. So props to you for at least selling. But yes, so we are just in a pretty slow-moving environment. And you can see this kind of now when I say slow, that's still relative. I mean, compared to a lot of other asset classes out there, it's still quick. But when you just look over here and you see the distance between these two numbers is only 5 points. So right here, like, oh man, what an explosive move. Well, I mean, yeah, from 515 up to 530. So a 15-point move here. Again, that's good, nice money, don't get me wrong, but it's not exactly as explosive as what I know many of you know that things can be. Where things, when they get moving in a hurry. So it's been a mixed day for me. Some things to like, some things to not like. But yeah, how is everybody's days going here? Green, red, terrible, fantastic, mediocre, best day ever, worst day ever. How's your days going? Let me know in the chat. Chatter is a good thing. XBP. Well, Ben, I don't know what you trade, Ben, but on the live stream here, I focus on futures because futures make all those other things, including crypto. I think that's what XBP is referring to. But it makes all those other things in the category of day trading look like garbage. I'll say that again. In the category of day trading, futures make day trading stocks, options, forex, and crypto look like paint drying. Because futures move a lot quicker, and then you sprinkle in the prop firm component and, specifically the component about copy trading, and then it just makes other things look like not impressive. Kevin is pretty green. That's good. Brian is green so far. Jackson, break even. All right. Okay, Frank didn't really answer the question. Scalping away. Well, are you scalping away in the green or the red or what? Worst day, worst day ever. Yesterday, forgot an order and got one of my, oh no, I've been there. Forgot an order and then lost an account. That's depressing. How long are we not allowed to trade for today? if you're with Take Profit Trader, you cannot be in the trade 1 minute before 2 o'clock Eastern, at 2 o'clock Eastern, and then at 2:01. So I'd say at 2:02 p.m. Eastern, you are allowed to trade the news today. So again, with Take Profit Trade, and I'll say this probably a million times just so nobody gets caught, but it is a red folder event today, meaning, only if you're in a pro account. If you're in a pro account, then yes, you're not allowed to trade it. If you're not, if it's a test account, then you may trade away. You could try to go big and try to get a pass if it spikes in your favor, but that is a two-sided coin also. What do you choose in account settings to single out the P&L? No, not necessarily, Alan. That does not make sense, but I do in this video show how I set all that up. So I'm guessing the answer to that question is in this video here, because that'll show you how I got everything set up. But yes, no, honestly, that question does not quite make sense. But pretty much you're asking, how do I get this to look like it does? And the link I sent you will answer that question. So I need to be very careful trading today. This can be pretty tricky. So I will still take some trades. But yeah, 2 o'clock is what, and the plan, assuming people are interested and assuming likes continue to creep up through the course of the live stream, then the plan is to take the live stream up until the Fed announcement and through the Fed announcement. But again, that is under the assumption that the likes continue to increase, as always, through the course of the live stream, given that I use likes to gauge interest and entertainment levels. So if you are interested, entertained, finding value in any way, shape, or form, hitting that like button is actually a very practical metric. It's not just a vanity metric for me. It's helping me gauge, should I keep the live stream going or not? So like I said, that's the plan. The assumption is the like button will increase throughout the course of the live stream. Therefore, we'll make it all the way to the Fed announcement. But again, that's all, I guess, in theory right now. But right now, what's the ES up to? I'm assuming ES is pretty. All right, ES has got the bull pennant right now on the ES. Price right now is knocking on the top of the pattern. Can it get a break? And then secondary question, if it does break, can it get continuation? So this is the 2-minute chart. So 2 minute on the ES, yeah, bull pennant. Will it break? Will it get continuation? We shall see, but let's go back to the MNQ right now. Maybe a little fake, bit of a fake break here, but I want to let things settle out a little bit more. Five-minute right now is pretty much just kind of going straight up. So one of those situations where, I mean, do you really want to short right here? Not necessarily. That seems kind of like you're stepping in front of a freight train. On the opposite side, oh, therefore you want to go long there. I don't know, going long right there seems like a little bit of a FOMO chase. So in other words, I'm just, sitting on my hands right now using the most powerful order in the market, the SOH order. Sit on hands. Oh, and we have to do a flip trade today. I totally forgot yesterday to do the flip trade. So we have to do a flip trade today. So somebody's got to remind me once we get, some more people here, so I can turn into an educational lesson too about why a flip day is needed sometimes, how to do a flip day, and how to properly do a flip trade. But like I said, we'll try to get up over the 100 people mark before I hop into that. But later on in the live stream, if somebody could remember, hey Clay, flip trade, because I totally forgot yesterday. All right, maybe I would be interested in going long down around here. That pink line is the overnight high. So let's see if it wants to, well, it got very close before bouncing, so never quite hit it. But yes, I am actually getting pretty close now to being interested in a long. So that's why I was saying earlier, kind of scary to go long up around there because it's that chasing FOMO. And yeah, it would have been. Now, yes, in hindsight, I was thinking of going short. I should have gone short, but shoulda, coulda, would in hindsight, right? But that is the exact reason why it's always nerve-wracking to go long. Something may look strong, and it could be, but you also always have to question, oh, am I going to be the sucker that buys the top here? Morning, second cup of coffee, and 1 banana in. All right, bananas are good for you. Get that potassium. Am I in this? If I was in this, one of these numbers would be fluctuating. So no, I am not in this. I am thinking of getting in it, but I'm not in. Like I said, I will walk you through a flip trade later on. Okay, I'm in long there. See if we can get the bounce off of the 21 EMA, but looking like right now it just did not care about that level at all. We'll see if it does want to give me a bounce though. Okay, that'll be my stop. Kind of my line in the sand right there. Let's see if it does want to now get somewhat of a bounce. Again, blue line is my average price. I'm long. Stop is the red line down there. So let's see if we can get this to push back up above the blue line here some. I was able to take off one. All right, let's do this now. I have 2 left. So still could be a losing trade because my final 2 are still in losing territory. We'll see. It might continue to get rejected off of that area right there. There we go. All right, let's move my stop now into the green. So this will be a winning trade now, bare minimum. I'm going to move up my stop some more. So again, now I'm in the sweet spot of trading. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make because I don't know how high up this wants to go. So not a stress of will I make money, but how much money am I going to make? And that is the sweet spot of trading. That is my only unknown right now. How much money am I going to make? Because again, I have no idea how far up it will go. Therefore, I have no idea. So I'm going to move up my stops more. Every time I move up my stop, the minimum I make on the trade grows higher and higher. Uh-oh. Come on, come back up. Come back up. All right, stopped out there. So there we go. Nice little trade there. Yesterday, I trailed some streamer. Okay, well, Fat Splat, if you think puppet trading live streamers is going to be a valid long-term strategy, you're going to be sorely disappointed. At some point, you're going to have to learn to think for yourself. Yes, I have some oceanfront property in Iowa. I would love to sell you if you think you can find trading success by just blindly following live streamers on YouTube, where there is a delay, not to mention. I'm glad it worked out for you yesterday, Fat Splat, but that's not going to be anything viable in the long term. And that's, I say that there are no guarantees in the market. That's one of the guarantees. If only trading were that easy. Let me just blindly follow somebody else. If only it were that easy. So starting off there with the winner. Nothing too fancy, I don't think. I would take the 10 points. Well, problem is if you take 10 points, you may be sitting there saying, geez, why did I take 10 points? I could have had 50 points, right? Hard to hit a grand slam if you stop on second base all the time, you know? Look at the hourly chart, head and shoulders forming. Maybe before, maybe. I'm not a big head and shoulders guy. That's one of those patterns that I've never quite been able to really connect with. The head and shoulders or reverse head and shoulders, the necklines, this, that, and the other. I don't know. I guess some patterns maybe don't jive with everybody's vision. Head and shoulders never is really one that I've felt great about. Now, if in your chart vision, the head and shoulders you can see clearly and you have great success with the head and shoulders, then by all means, have fun with that head and shoulders pattern. But for me, like I said, it's never quite jived as far as other patterns are concerned. So But that's where you got to kind of do what works for you. I am interested in trying a long again. I will buy this pullback once again. I'm in this. You're in this long or short? I am interested in a potential long down around the 95 area. In fact, I'll throw out an order out there right now to buy. There's a green line to get long. We'll see if it wants to move down there or not. But we have quite a bit of congestion on both the 2-minute and the 5-minute down at that level. So does that mean it'll for sure bounce? Of course not. No for sure. But in my mind, I think it's a valid scenario to think that it could potentially bounce. And wow, is the chat quiet today. This might be a short stream, folks. Because if people don't talk, then then I have nothing to interact with. And I can only do so much commentating of the chart. It's fun to interact with the chart or with the chat. That's the main reason. That's the core thing that makes live streaming not insanity driven. Because I can tell you right now, if I said to sit there and just talk to myself for 4 hours straight, because that's usually how long a live stream goes, I wouldn't be a live streamer very long. I'd be in the nut house. So again, your interaction in the chat will be noticed. It will be interacted with. Set a short order and forgot to set a stop loss. Currently down 400, but I'm sticking with this trade. Short set a. Where did you go? Oh, so your short order must have been like down here or something. Are you looking to take any more? Z. Yes, I'm looking to take another trade. In fact, as I just said 2 seconds ago, I have an order out there at the green line to go long, Z. So yes, I am actually not only am I looking to take another trade, I am currently attempting to take another trade, Z. Sounds like you have some very valuable beachfront. Well, Iowa, believe it or not, does have beaches. So that's why you got to be specific and call it oceanfront property. Because there are some beaches in Iowa, believe it or not. But yes, oceanfront property. I got some oceanfront property in Iowa. Well, I got a question. What's your thoughts on HDTI? I'm in it and not turning back. Well, then what do my thoughts matter? If you're not turning back, then my thoughts apparently are not going to make any difference because you're not turning back. So, AMAC, I think that's a very terrible attitude to have. That's the exact opposite of risk management, and risk management is the name of the game. So I think that's a terrible attitude to have, but as far as my thoughts in regards to HCTI, with all due respect, doesn't sound like that's going to matter. If in your, and I quote in your words, I'm in it and not turning back. Well, sounds like you've already made up your mind. Honestly, Clay, sometimes I just have your audio on and I'll be watching my charts and it feels like the NFL time. Yeah, I appreciate that, Anthony, but at the same time, if all I'm doing is commentating a chart, that can grow old very quickly. So I don't mind doing it, and it's I think that's why some people enjoy the live stream, but to do that for 4 hours straight is kind of rough. What does going long and short mean? Well, going long means you want prices to go up to make money. Going short means you want money or prices to go down to make money. Oh, Fed% is talking right now. How many dissents in the... I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. Hopefully a lot. Hopefully they're not anywhere close to raising interest rate or cutting interest rates. Hopefully they want to raise them. Yeah, the pole barn's going right next to the ocean. No, never lost power last night. I think it got rough here, but not rough enough, obviously, to knock out power. Clay, I'm scalping 2.5 points a day, 10 NQ. Usually get a scalp trying. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that a couple weeks ago, Ahmed. Sounds like it's still working for you. Thanks, man. I appreciate your constructive criticism. You're right. Well, thank you, AMAC. I appreciate you being able to take some constructive criticism as opposed to saying, you meanie head, I'm taking my ball and going home. Fat Splat, I say this with all due respect, but it seems like you should probably know what long and short mean before you ever go short. I don't know, man. It seems like, I guess hopefully you're doing this all on a prop account. If you're doing all this with your own funds, I would, if it were me, I'd probably take a step back. Did the tsunami ever hit California? I don't know. I know they gave warnings. I don't know if it hit. Again, I am trying to go long. I have an order down here at the green line. So right now, just a waiting game to see if this pullback wants to pull back some more. So now this is what makes a nice active chat box. Getting some different questions, some different just randomness. Oh, they canceled the warning in Hawaii. Gotcha. Morning's going pretty good, Zach. Pretty good, but not too exciting just because the markets have been pretty mellow as they wait for the Fed announcement at 2 p.m. Even with my disease, I think I'm going to have to invest in that hot ticker you mentioned yesterday. I think that'd be a good one. I mean, it is a guaranteed ticker. Worth investing in for sure. Worthy dropping in question. Do you treat your eval different than your funded? Yes. I am. I'm certainly willing to get way more aggressive in my test accounts than I am my funded accounts. Funded ones, pro accounts, whatever you got to call it. In my opinion, you got to treat those things like gold. Hey, let's try to get 11 likes here by the 30-minute mark. That'd put us at 50 likes, and that'll have us at a good pace. A good pace to keep the live stream moving. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying, remember the likes creeping upwards ensures the party will continue, and we'll see if we can take this party all the way to the Fed meeting at 2 p.m. But if that's going to happen, likes got to keep creeping up. The wave was 8 feet, which seems pretty normal for I. All right, we're coming down here to my entry point. Oh, I moved it down just a bit. Whoops. Oh, no. Did everybody see that? I moved it down just a tad, and I would have been filled. Did everybody see that? Give me a one if you saw me do that. I moved my order down just a little bit of a point, and I would have been filled on my original with a beautiful bounce, but I adjusted it down just a tad. Did anybody see me do that? I moved the green line down. I shouldn't be calling myself out like this, but I am. Whoops. Hey, blackout news. Clay, do we have enough people to do your flipping? No. All right, I'm canceling it now because that was the bounce I was looking for, and if it did come back down, I'd be worried about this very action right here occurring. So now I want to let it settle down a little bit before I even think about getting long. Going short is very scary, as that seems, though, to be chasing the price. Jim, maybe you're going to be getting back to green here. Hey, look at that, 50 likes. Okay. Wow, 50 likes in the opening 20. Okay. This is a good crowd. Looking like we're going to have a good stream here. I'm liking it. I'm liking it so far. Still hit the like button if you have not yet. But yeah, we are on a good pace here. So my original entry would have been a beautiful scalpy scalp, but I canceled that out because that was the move I wanted. But this one right now, I could, I suppose, try something down here. I'm back to even. I don't know, Jim. I'd follow it down. I just caught 2 shorts. Plus 150. Good job. Still a little nervous. You're out here shorting, and then you're like, well, what is shorting? Again, this is just kind of illustrating how today is slower. Don't get me wrong. From 40 down here to about 80. You know, that is about a 60-point move. That is nothing to scoff at all. But for you long-time future traders, you know that when things get really spicy, you know, things can move 60 points in just a couple of candles. Sometimes if it's really, really spicy, one candle, something can move 60 points. There you go, Jim. Way to stick with it. Let it work for you. That's good stuff there. Do you know yeah, because you have to worry about margin. They got to protect themselves. Shorting losses can be unlimited. Therefore, brokers need to have all those margin requirements translated to just This is how we, the broker, are going to protect ourselves. So, and given that when you're shorting, there is unlimited risk because obviously a price can go up forever, then yeah, you got to have those margin requirements. Whereas on the flip side, if you go long, the worst that can happen to you is it goes to zero. So your risk is capped, at least in that regard. But when you are short, given a price can theoretically go and go and go, they got to protect themselves, hence the margin requirements. I had those levels marked out for the move down, but missed it. Oh well, next setup. Sucks having to run. Oh, I don't know if that, I mean, when your business is bringing you in funds so you can buy more prop accounts, that's probably, I'm sure that you're not saying it sucks to have to run a business. You're probably saying, I'm glad I have this income stream. For anybody new on this live stream, we preach full-time income stream creation. If you're like, I want to be a full-time trader, bad goal, bad goal. A way better goal based off of this, and don't take my word for it. You could go study wealthy people on your own, but you'll notice one common theme. They all have many streams of income. So that's why I say the true goal for a full-time job should be income stream creator. And I'm sticking to it. Okay, good. I'm glad you're kidding. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to pick up tone and humor and stuff like this when it's in text, and then I'm trying to trade and trying to analyze and trying to talk. Nice. Well, if you love what you do, then technically you're not working. Margin is a beast. If you trade futures with your own money, dumb idea, it will cost you. Oh yeah, no, that's again, that always goes back to why Pam's plant is an argument of efficiency. Because if you're trying to use your own funds, yeah, margin requirements and stuff, they can start to kind of spin out of control quickly. Jimbo, somebody's asking you a question. I think if you tag them, it may stand out more. Yeah, like see how he tagged you back? I think that'll... What do you think about IBRX for a short squeeze? My question is, why are you trading IBRX? Okay, I'm going to look to get potentially short here. Thinking this might be a dead cat bounce. I have no idea on IBRX. Trading stocks like that, very, very inefficient use of capital. Very, very risky. Let me put it this way, Chris, there are way, way, way better approaches to be a day trader. And taking on the risk like that, but short squeezes move so fast. No, they don't. No, they don't. Mathematically provable, they don't actually move that good. When you factor in the risk that's on the line, the capital required to make decent money, and then you look at alternatives such as Pam's plant, it literally does not make any mathematical sense. All right, like I said, thinking this might be a dead cat bounce. Want to see it come up a little bit more. Okay, I'm in. Stop is that green line there. So let's see if this wants to reject back down. Now, I could have had a green trade from a scalpy scalp, but trying to see if this thing wants to indeed get rejected. But so we'll see if I chose right or wrong to ignore the scalpy scalp. Again, could be in the green, could be taking a scalpy scalp right now. I chose not to once again. So we'll let hindsight be my judge, and if that was a dumb decision. There we go. There we go. Come on down some more. So still could be a losing trade. It will just be less of a losing trade because I was able to... There we go. All right, let's make sure this is a winning trade now. There's my stop, and I'm just going to start to follow this down. So again, I'm in the sweet spot of trading. I have no idea how much money I'm going to make because I don't know how far down this can go. Now let's give this thing some more wiggle room. Let's put my stop up there instead. Still will be a winning trade. So again, I'm in the sweet spot of trading. I'm not stressed out about if I'll make money. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Because I have no idea how far down this might go. Therefore, I have no idea how much money I might make. So I'm going to give this thing a chance to roll over. If it doesn't roll over, oh well, still be a green trade. But if it does roll over, then yeah, who knows how big of a green trade this could be. What a great problem to have. I'll do this too in case we get another surge. I'll just throw out another target down there. And then I'd still have 2 to let work for me. But yeah, what a great spot to be in. Do I have an outlook for silver? I don't. I'm a day trader. I don't do outlooks for things. I'm just trying to think what may happen in the next like 3 minutes. Come on, come back down. Roll over. Again, this green line up here is my stop. And looking like, am I going to get stopped? Yep, there we go. Yes, come back down. Good. Good. Next target is that green line. And if it hits that green line, I'll adjust my stop down some more. You went long here? Well, with all due respect, I hope you get crushed in your long. Because if you're getting crushed in your long, that means I'm banking on my short. With all due respect. There you go. Crush them. Crush them. Crush-worthy gains. There you go. Crush them. Make them cry. Attaboy. Make them cry. Make them cry. I'm going to move my stop down some more now to above that candle. Come on. Come on down some more. Make them cry. Make them cry. What's up, good people? Hey, verse Ace. What are your 2 purple lines? Well, one is purple, one is pink. Purple is a 50 SMA. Pink is a 200 SMA. No, don't bounce. Come back down. At least hit this target. At least hit that target. Come down some more. Let's keep rolling over. Come on. Again, this will be a green trade if you're just getting logged on. Just a question of how big of a green trade is it going to be, because I don't know how far down this can go. But not looking so good. Looking like I might get stopped out. Oh, come on. Come back down. No. All right. Stopped out. So another nice trade there. Nothing fancy at all. Again, it was just, hey, look, a downtrend. Hey, look, it's bouncing up. Hey, look, there's some resistance levels. Maybe it will roll back over. And it rolled back over to an extent enough to make it a worthwhile trade. Did it completely roll back over? It didn't. But hey, I was positioned there. I was ready. If it did decide to totally roll back over, like I said, I did my job as a trader. I was positioned. I was ready to capitalize on the rollover. But it didn't roll over. Therefore, it was just more of a modest trade instead of a bigger trade. All right, worthy gains. No, I won't root against you anymore, because I'm indifferent at this point. But there we go. Hey, hit that like button if you're enjoying these trades. So far, 2 nice trades. We got ourselves in the sweet spot. So if you have not yet, hit that like button if you're enjoying the trades, if you're enjoying seeing trades play out live in the commentary. Just in other words, if there's anything positive, any of the above, make sure you hit that like button. To short or not to short again? That is the question. Because at this point, it seems more like a 50-50 coin flip. I won't say 50-50. I think the bears still have an advantage. I just don't know if I think they have enough of an advantage to one. I guess I could do one contract. Yeah, let's just do one. If I'm right, I'm not going to make a whole lot at all. But on the flip side, if I'm wrong, I'm not going to lose a whole lot at all. So there we go. One just because. Like I said, not feeling super great about it, so I'll just do with 1 MNQ. So if I get stopped out, I'll be very happy that I chose 1 MNQ. So right there, I'm glad that I did 1. There we go. So congrats, worthy gains. Good job. Whoop, is that a short right here? Well done on that trade. And congrats to anybody else that took the long. Bear flag. Bear flag. May work. Shove 200, then drop. Roger that. First time here, learning in the analysis. Well, good to have you, Hector. Good job. All right. Longs, this could provide a problem for you. We have the 21 EMA and the 50. Is this going to be a double whammy of resistance? Of course, no guarantees, but something that I think is certainly worth at least keeping an eye on and seeing if it does ultimately knock the price back down, which as of now, hopefully nobody here is shocked to see the price get rejected where it did. Now, it could recover back up, but this temporary rejection should not be shocking. You had a couple of key areas right there. This is a range. Okay, worthy. You seem to be operating under the premise that because it's the range, it's like for sure going to go back up there and test the top of the range. I think that's a risky assumption to have. Not to mention you didn't even buy at the bottom of the range. Like the bottom of the range is down here. Took the scalpy scalp. Good job, Alan. I'd go short here. Okay, well, where would your stop loss be, Emmy? If you're going to paper trade this, don't do yourself a disservice by making broad statements. Map out the trade plan, Emmy. Entry point, stop loss, target. Give those three numbers. But I'd go short here is broad statement trading, and you're not going to give yourself an accurate representation. That was really helpful to watch. Mindset is everything, and the way you talk through your thinking will be my self-talk in the future. Sometimes I sing, sometimes I talk. I'll leave that up to you if you want to. Didn't think it mattered. Paper. Well, how are you able to tell if it was a good trade or not? Like I'd go short here. Well, where? Where would your stop loss be? You're doing yourself zero favors to just say I'd go short here. Because that's not how real trading works. Real trading requires an entry. Well, I guess it doesn't require a stop. But if you want to have good practice, then yeah, you'd probably want to practice with a stop too. I'm shocked that you made that comment, though. I've said that so many times on me, and you've been on the live stream a long time. How have you not heard me preach against broad statement trading? Surely you've heard me say that about 18 dozen times by now. I am down 557 on Sim account. Don't know how to make this. Well, I mean, trade your strategy, Omar. Trade your strategy, manage risk. Yeah, I'm just saying it's not a good way to paper trade to make broad statements. I'd get short here, or I'd go long here, or I think it's going to go up and then go down. Okay, that's fine. But like, how would you make money from thinking it will go up and then go down? Like, where would you look to get in at? Where would you put your stop? And then where would you look for the price to go? No, you weren't, Emmy. You were not. You don't know that. That's the whole point, Emmy. So what Emmy is saying is he said, I'd get short here. Okay, and that was right around there. Yeah, but where would your stop be? If Emmy actually put a stop, maybe he would put a stop right there. And look what would have happened to Emmy. He would have gotten stopped out before it went in his favor. So see how you can be right in a broad sense, but actually lose money on a trade? Does everybody see that? That's why it's important. Again, I want to repeat that. Emmy's like, I'd get short here. Okay, well, let's just say that he decided to put his stop up there. Well, he would have gotten stopped out before the move down. But because he just kept it broad, he's in there thinking he's like a good trader. I was right, though. Yeah, broadly speaking, but you can be right, broadly speaking, but still lose money on a trade, miss out on a trade, all that. It was, no, you didn't. I mean, stop lying. Oh, my goodness. Amazing how the mind works. I had a mental stop. No, we'll type it in the room. Because I have a sneaky suspicion your mental stop is conveniently up over here somewhere, right? Where you had never been stopped out, right? Let me guess. That's where your convenient mental stop would have just happened to be. Like I said, Emmy, you are doing yourself a disservice to just say, I'd get short here. Disservice. Where? Give a number. Where'd you get short? Where's your stop loss? Give a number. Type it. All right, I mean, Well, yeah, of course. A stop loss is very, very important and very, very. All right, Mike. Mike's going on timeout. He wants me to move on. Well, I need to move on from him for a while. So let's put him in a timeout for 30 minutes. That's such an important lesson that, Mike, I'm going to stick with it as long as I feel like it. That's how important of a lesson it is. I want people to succeed. And a surefire way to not succeed as a beginner is to do broad statement trading, Mike. I don't. Do people know if I put somebody in a timeout, can they still hear? I don't know how that works. Or do they get booted from the live stream? Because if they get booted, then I'm talking to somebody currently that is not here. Do not tell me to move on from a vital learning topic. Well, I don't want to put you in timeout. Or I guess I can for like a small timeout. All right, I'll put you in a timeout for, let's see, Lauber. Okay, I'll put you in timeout for 1 minute. I'm going to keep that trend line there. Kind of just an overall trend line low of this morning. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily do anything at that trend line, but in my mind, I think it's a trend line worth at least keeping an eye on. It depends on the strategy being used, Richter or Hector. I deploy multiple strategies. Thanks Nathan, but I just put Labradabber in a 1 minute timeout, so he'll report back what it actually does. Do you think scalping has a time limit? No. Well, I mean, kind of. At some point, I would say it's no longer a scalp. What that time limit is, I don't know. According to Google, they can hear and watch, just can't comment. Gotcha. Oh boy. Oh, trend line. Did anybody see who was here yesterday's live stream? Remember that 5 minute trend line we were playing and I played it and I made money from it if I remember right. But then after the live stream stopped, did anybody see what happened with that move? It finally just kaputted through there. So many wicks on every time frame. Yeah, not totally shocking when you consider that the Fed meeting's coming up. So definitely going to be a Larry market. Jocko did. I'm seeing a potential long. Okay, I mean, now do yourself a favor and map out where would you get long, where would your stop loss be, and where would your target? Now, to be fair to you, I realize you didn't say you see a long, you're just seeing a potential long. But once you see where the long shows up, give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. Don't do yourself a disservice. Yeah, right after the stream, it took the dive, yeah. I didn't see it. I had somebody in the private community be like, hey, Clay, were you still watching? I was like, no, I definitely was not watching. I don't think it's shocking how much my brain feels like mush after the live streams. Do you set a hard stop or press a button? It depends. Sometimes I'll use a mental stop. Sometimes I'll use a hard stop. So remember, Worthy, like I said, Worthy, be careful. Just because it's a range doesn't mean that it's going to go right back up to the top of the range, Worthy. As you see here, that's exactly the opposite of what happened. That's what we call oversimplifying trading. You don't want to make trading rocket science, but you also don't want to oversimplify it. And an oversimplification would be what Worthy seemed to be implying. As the price was coming up, he was like, well, it's in a range. As in, what is that? He was saying, well, it's going to go test the top of the range. So yeah, if it's right here, it's like it's going up there to test the range because it's in a range. No, that doesn't mean that. That's an oversimplification of trading. So be careful. And that's why trading's hard, because you don't want to overcomplicate trading, but you also don't want to oversimplify it. What would be another example of an oversimplification? The orb strategy, right? The 15-minute orb strategy. That is an oversimplification of trading. Ranges are there to be broken. That is true. Ranges are also there to not be tested anymore. Wow, we're doing really good in likes. Let's see if we can make a push up to 100 likes by the hour mark. That would be an insane pace. So if you have not yet hit that like button, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get this thing up to 100 likes by the hour mark, which is important because if we are going to make it to the Fed, if we're going to live stream through the Fed announcement, then we need to see those likes continuing to creep up. Clay, do you most of the job on chart? Does this DOM? Yeah, I only have this over here, the DOM, the depth of market, because I know some people like it to watch it, but I don't use it. I know some people in the private community that I have, they love it, they use it, they're very good at it. I don't. Maybe I should, but I don't. But I just have it on the chart here just because I know that from a viewer perspective, some people use it and want to keep an eye on it. Just got another horse on in the stable. Hey, thanks, Relaxer. Appreciate that. Thank you, Hector, for the like. Well, I don't know if it is, Emmy. If this is how you've been practicing the whole time, making those broad statements, again, I'm just bluntly honest with you because I care about you. I'm not quite sure if it's been helpful. If that's how you've been going about it, broad statements, I don't think you've been helping yourself. That's not a good way to practice at all. Hey, Clay, how hard do you find it to not continue to let a loser run? As in, I was holding... I'll tell you something that's way harder than that. It's way harder to let a winner win. That, for me, is, I think, the hardest thing. Now, I get it, and I think probably for many people, cutting a losing trade is the hardest thing. But for me, letting a winner keep on winning and not taking profits too soon, that is by far the hardest thing. But yeah, for me, I don't find it very hard any longer just because once you truly understand the game of math and how if you just cut the thing small, then eventually you're going to come across either a winning streak or maybe just one big winner, and it'll keep the numbers under control. So no, I find it way harder to let a winner win, to let a green trade keep getting greener and not all of a sudden, because I don't know. I see it a lot from traders. Oh man, I left so much money on the table. Oh man, I would have made so much more. Part of the plan was to hold, but then I just took myself out. And yeah, a lot of people do it because they, adopt the, well, green is green attitude. You can't go broke taking a profit attitude. And that's a toxic attitude. Because those are the types of attitudes, while they are natured from a good source, the source of don't be greedy, don't be greedy. I get the motivations, but that's why trading is hard. Because good motivations can produce toxic mentalities. And you can't go broke taking a profit. Green is green. Profit is profit. All those come from a good place, but a toxic mentality, because those are the mentalities that are constantly causing traders to take profits too soon. And then those traders end up with a 95% win rate. But then the 5% of times they lose, all their gains go away, or the vast majority of them go away. Another shortcoming, maybe. I'm watching, Eddie. I'm watching. Good observation. But yeah, as far as, it's not very hard for me anymore. I'll have my moments, but it's a way better battle in my mind to just let the thing win. Let the thing win. Stay in the trade. Stay in the same thing. Hey, thanks, Michelle. These glasses look better. I did get another pair. Yeah, good question though, Connor. I didn't see it as broad. Again, your mental stops, you still have a level in your mind. The point of a mental stop is you're not locking it into the system. So no, like I said, brother, I've been telling you this from the day. You would have so benefited from my mentorship, just to see all the little holes in your logic and your understanding. I tried to help you, brother. I tried to tell you way back when, and you know that. And you, to your credit, you admitted, yes, I'm very stubborn, but I still see it, brother. I still see so many little things, and that's what trading is hard. Is you would think, well, trading's hard because there's like a big thing that you don't understand, and it's just a big hole that sinks your boat. That's not really. What it is a bunch of small little holes that combine to cause ships to sink. And again, I have zero credibility in saying that's why it's good to find good structured education, a good mentorship. I get it. Well, of course you're gonna say that, dude, because that's what you offer. How convenient. I get it. I have zero credibility in that regard. So there's not really a whole much I can say there. But yes, I think there is a whole lot of value in structured education. That make sure you don't have a bunch of small little holes. Because when you get out there and do it on your own and you don't know what you don't know, you don't know what the holes are. You don't know where the pitfalls are. But again, I will digress because I realize I have zero credibility on that topic. Because I can rightfully so just have it thrown in my face. Well, of course you're going to say that. You want me to buy your mentorship. Fair enough. It doesn't mean that it's not true. It is true. What I say is true, but I understand your skepticism. What is your opinion on BMNR SBET? My opinion is those things are garbage assets to be day trading, Boris. Makes zero mathematical sense to be day trading stocks such as that. Mathematically provable. Makes no sense. You are going about a very inefficient use of your capital, of your risk, and all of that. I'm on the 2-minute too, but it's different from your one. Is it the data issue? I have no idea, Omar. I don't know. I mean, Emmy, you say you're all ears, but I've told you many things since the beginning that you have not listened to. So, I mean, you're not all ears. That's my point. What about swing trading? Swing trading, I think, might even be worse. Because, man, the amount of risk you have on those is crazy. Why are you swing trading things like that, Boris? Let me see if I can nail down your situation. Boris, you would like to be a day trader, but you can't be a day trader because of that pattern day trader rule. Therefore, you're trying to grow your money to get up over that pattern day trading amount of 25,000. So you find yourself swing trading very volatile stocks like that. Am I barking up the right tree? Emmy, are you a member of my mentorship program, Emmy? There is Exhibit A, which I've told you from the get-go. I think this would be a good investment. And you never did. So that would be Exhibit A of how you don't listen. Exhibit B is what we're witnessing right here. I'm trying to tell you your broad statement's bad and you keep pushing back. And like within your pushing back reveals, no, you just don't get it because you're not listening. Any advice to stop overtrading? Well, I would say, well, just make sure. Well, are you taking bad setups or are you just trading good setups? Well, I know you can't anymore, but you could at one point. But I just brought that up because you asked. You're like, what are you talking about? I don't listen. So that's the only reason I brought it up. I'm not trying to rub you, but you asked. All right, I will get short here so I can have such a tight stop. Dangerous trade because, yeah, I am in a sense stepping in front of a freight train. But I do have a small stop. Again, trying to get short at that red line. All right, I'm going to cancel that out now because it's hovering right at that level. So the short was actually a little bit lower down than what I had it. Darn it. Bummer. Well, there it goes. So that's what I mean. Think about it. So that's a perfect example of this broad statement. I could have said, all right, I think it's going to go up to this area. Okay, get short, right? If I was doing broad statements, what would I be saying to myself right now? Bam, nailed it. I'm making money. I was right. Get short. But do you notice the intricacies? My entry point was oh so slightly off. Therefore, I was right. From a broad statement sense, I was right. Get short around that area. But notice I'm not making any money from it. Why? Because my entry point was oh so slightly off. So I can't beat that dead horse enough. If you are a beginner or wherever, you are wasting your time. You are deceiving yourself if you make those broad statements. And here, almost like I planned it out, we have a perfect example. I was right. Get short. I didn't make any money because, well, I didn't get the finer detail right of my entry point. My entry point was oh so slightly off. Therefore, I never got filled. Okay, well, fair is nothing, Boris. If you're not doing it, then yeah, I am not a swing trader at all, Boris. So I don't think you'd want my thoughts on those stocks anyways from a swing trading standpoint. But yeah, if you are a swing trader and it's not like, so you could very well do day trading if you wanted to, Boris. So that's not most people, Boris, they're swing trading because they're forced to it because of the pattern day trading rule. But yeah, that's not the case for you. I'm just getting greedy and not waiting for good setups. Yeah, well, I mean, there's no magic pill, or then sometimes you just got to get punched in the face enough to realize, hey, dummy, stop doing that. Hey, let's get 6 more likes. Let's get up to that 100 like mark before the 1 hour mark. That'd be a great pace that we're on. So if you have not yet hit that like button, do so. Let's push this up over the 100 likes before the 1 hour mark. That puts us at a great pace. For overtrading prop with consistency rule, it gives you a reason to stop trading. I struggle with TBD because of greed. I want the 10. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I get it. You want to just keep trading. I understand there's kind of a disconnect in the mind. Well, I'm a trader, therefore I need to be trading. So it feels weird to call yourself a trader but not be trading. But as I've said, the vast majority of trading is you using this order right here, or it should be, the SOH order. That is the vast majority of the order that you should be using. This order is known as the sit on hands, meaning don't do anything. Wait for the right setup. But much easier said than done. But yes, it is very hard to not overtrade because, to be fair, and this is why trading is hard, because logically it makes sense from a logic sequence. I'm a trader, therefore I should be trading. So if I'm not trading, therefore I'm not being a very good trader because I'm a trader, so I should be trading. But I'm not trading. So how can I be a good trader if I'm not trading, right? That logically makes sense. But the thing is, no. The vast majority of a trader's day should be no trades, should be waiting, should be SOHing, sitting on hands. Are you always live here? I'm not always live. Nope. I go live at 11 a.m. Eastern. But yeah, as far as how do you convince yourself to SOH, I don't know. I think you just got to get punched in the face enough times to finally have it sink in. What platform am I using? That is a twofold question. So layer number 1 to the platform I'm using is I'm using a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. So the step 1 to get to my exact setup would be go to the link that you see at the top of the screen, select the purchasing power that you want. Again, use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. And then after you select the purchasing power, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. You'd want to select this option down here, which is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and go through their application process. The prop firm itself, again, in this situation, Take Profit Trader, they will set the account up for you, and then they'll send you your login information, and then you go to Tradeovate and get logged in. So again, twofold question. Fold number 1, I am trading within a prop firm. That prop firm being, again, the link that you see at the top of the screen. Layer number 2, through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. So, Areem, you're 13 years old. I don't think you're going to be able to do it at age 13. Unless your parents sign off on an account for you. For me, FOMC days make me, yeah. I don't know if I statistically do sit on my hands more on Fed days. But that's always the attitude I approach the market on those days is let's just be extra cautious. Man, again, probably should have tried. Look at that. Or that would have stopped maybe some people out. Oh, it would have been close. That candle, the high of that candle went slightly higher than the high of that one. So maybe, just maybe, if people were using that high as a stop, maybe, but I don't know. Hopefully people gave themselves enough wiggle room on that candle to not get stopped out by that as it's rolled back over. But yeah. Yeah, but shout out to be interested in this stuff at age 13. At age 13, I was questioning why am I getting, hair under my armpits. I wasn't questioning what platforms people are using to day trade. It's like, Mommy, why am I getting hair under my armpits? That's what I was focused on at age 13. Look at you. Good for you, Areem. But yeah, you will probably need, I would assume, some sort of parental what word? Parental signing off. I'm not sure what English word I'm looking for there. Approval, maybe. Yeah. Now, even if the price does break up through these highs right here, the 5-minute is suggesting from the long side, be a little careful because there is this pivot point right here, that brown line. And you can see right there, it has rejected the price back down. Again, I'm not saying this will for sure reject the price back down. I'm just saying don't get overly excited with the break up through these highs because, again, not that far away. You do have that pivot point, which could provide an area of resistance. So just keep that in mind. HCTI sell. Well, I don't know. Naga, where's your stop loss at? I'm assuming when you entered into the trade, you had a stop loss. So where's your stop loss? That's my first question back to you. How much are contracts for futures? What are you doing, Blackout? Oh, I thought this whole time you were already doing Pam's plant. I'm currently trading SPY options and want to make the step, but I don't want to do a prop firm. Why? Why don't you want to do you don't like managing risk? Holy smokes. Oh man, we got a Sergio on our hands. I did not know Blackout News Network was a Sergio. Why do you not want to do prop firms? Please give me a good reason that I will not destroy with math. It's okay, Clay. I do know a lot of kids' summer trading camp I could pass along to Areem. I do know of a kids' summer trading camp. I don't know. That's interesting. Again, Naga, where's your stop loss at on HCTI? See, I know a lot of people, I was waiting for it today. A lot of people are going to be showing up from HCTI because HCTI school is in session, teaching everybody that, people, think about it. There was people that, so many bad habits were built up here. You could buy dips, hold, who cares, hold and hope, and each one would continue to bail you out. But now, no bailouts. That whole little thing of buy and hold the dip just because, who cares about risk management? It'll come back up. Yeah. All those people are now in School of Hard Knocks witnessing, yeah. So this is where everybody's always cocky, telling us veteran traders we don't know what we're doing, we're haters, we're just jealous, shut your mouth. And then this is where reality shows back up to take those overconfident kids to school. Well, I'm still waiting for his reason why he doesn't want to do a prop firm. I'm assuming the HCTI guy's still holding. NUKZ. What's NUKZ? Oh, Naga just deleted his message. Naga, I was trying to help you out. Yeah, yes, the line. Oh my, okay. I Blackout News Network, I just can't do it. Can't do it right now. You just, yes, you're wrong on so many levels. It's ridiculous how many levels you're wrong on. So many levels. You lack the ability of nuance, apparently. Again, if you want to have success in life, understand nuance. There's a life lesson. Understand nuance. We got Palm of Ra, does not understand nuance. Prop firms, definitely sketchy. Are there some prop firms that are sketchy? Yes. Does that therefore mean all prop firms are sketchy? No. Hence the nuance. If you find a prop firm that just opened up last week based out of North Korea, kind of sketchy. Probably don't want to go with that prop firm. If you find a prop firm that has a track record that's been around for multiple years, has a track record of paying people, You know what? Probably not sketchy. There's a track record there. But if you don't understand nuance, then you make blatant statements like Palmero, oh yeah, prop firms are sketchy. Again, this applies anywhere in life. If you want to have success in life, understand nuance. I'm telling you, you'll put yourself so far ahead of other people in life. Such as, again, Paul, what was his name? Paul Mavra, who just demonstrated does not understand nuance. Same with Blackout News. Well, I've seen that prop. Well, you've seen that some people, I don't know, what's an extreme example? That's just such, again, nuance. That's all I can say is people got, again, Blackout. How do you not understand this? You're a business owner. Surely whatever business you run, surely you understand nuance in it. The one I'm recommending, well, this makes no sense. You make no sense at all, logically speaking. So well, I guess, are you asking me this question? I'm assuming you are because you gave a question mark. So let me just, are you asking me which ones are trustworthy? Okay, well, this seems to be a contradiction because at the top of the screen there, that will take you to a prop firm. So if you trust me, then why don't you just use that prop firm that I'm recommending? Do you think I'm recommending them because they're not good? Because they're going to scam people? Because they're not going to pay? Do you think that's why I would recommend them? Or do you think that I would like to at least try to care about my image somewhat? Again, here we come back to nuance. Yes, there's no doubt about it. There are sketchy prop firms out there. Absolutely. There are prop firms that do sketchy stuff. Absolutely. But nuance, does that mean all of them do? No, that's why. Figure out ones that have been around a while. Figure out ones that have a track record of paying people. It's just so confusing because you've heard me talk about them time and time again, Blackout. Why would you think that they're sketchy? Look at this move. Okay, we're approaching this clump of resistance earlier. This is the overnight high. But hey, not a bad breakout. Not a bad breakout. I do understand skepticism. I was in the skepticism boat a couple years ago. That's why it took me quite a while to do prop firms. And that's why I say I don't beat myself up too hard on being kind of late to the party as far as prop firms, because I think I was right to have been skeptical. But it's been multiple years now, and some of these prop firms have been around for multiple years with the track record of paying out. That's why these are the two that I put my name next to, just two. Both have a track record. Now, this is not to say that other prop firms are therefore a scam. That's not the claim. But these are the two that have track records. They pay people. I trust members' opinions in my private community. They've told me about both of these. So these are the two that I'm talking about and that I put my name next to. Other prop firms, again, I'm not saying just because I don't have a code with them makes them a scam. I'm just saying that these ones, I chose to align my name with them, and not because they're paying me or anything like that. I don't get paid. Now, they're affiliate. That's affiliate link, but it's not like I'm under contract with them. Nothing like that. I'm just saying I choose them because they have a track record of paying people. They did not start last week. But at this point, the whole skeptical thing doesn't really apply like it did for me a couple years ago. Because me, 2 or 3 years ago, prop firms were literally new. Like, there were no track records, essentially. But at this point, enough have been around for a long enough period of time where you can, like, look and be like, oh, they have been around for a couple years or multiple years. They have a track record. So that's why it frustrates me when people are like, well, prop firms are scams. It's like, people, the skill of nuance, develop it. The skill of nuance, understand nuance, avoid blanket statements. Blanket statements are for those people that either don't know how or are just too lazy to think critically. And like Blackout, surely you understand how stupid day trading options is. I've shown you the math on that one, right? And I'll make that comment to everybody else. If you are a day trader of options, very, very unwise. Talk about working harder, not smarter. So the fact that you're still doing it, Blackout News Network, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, trading on tilt. I like, see, there's a not broad statement right there from trading on tilt. He gave us a number for his entry, 531, gave us a 15-point stop and a 15-point target. Well, then go do futures. What do you mean? Well, when you decide to try it. How have you not decided to try it yet? That's my point. You've heard so much of the math and seen so much of the math, yet you still need to decide. What are you deciding on exactly? All right, let's see here. Little scalp. All right. Hey, Fat Splat, you name them again, you gone. Keep that name out of here. Yeah. I want to short here, but then I look over at the 5-minute, and it's like, this is kind of like a rocket ship right now. But does that mean I want to get long right there? No, that seems like a chase. Seems like a FOMO chase. So I am now officially at sitting on my hands. Now, if it wants, I will go long here. If it comes down to that pink line, I'll get long on the pullback. Let's see if we can build a little bit. You know, if it comes down and does something like that, then we'd have, you know, a pullback here. We'd have this move up right here. We'd have a nice little bull flag pattern. So let's see if we can, and if it takes a couple candles, that's fine. In fact, I'd say probably a couple candles would be preferable because that would allow, you know, a bull flag to essentially get built out. All right, coming down, coming down. Kind of missed it, didn't I? Let's see if it wants I'm scared. Like I said, I was hoping it'd form over a couple candles, but I don't know if I can quite call this a bull flag. I guess maybe kind of, sort of, bits of bull flag if you draw the lines at the right angles, but I was ideally wanting a little bit more of a methodical pullback over a few candles. What stock is this? This is not a stock, this is futures. Futures day trading makes stock day trading look like paint drying. Again, in the category of day trading, and this comes from somebody that has many years of day trading stocks and options, day trading futures make options and stocks look like garbage, look like paint drying. To be fair, I guess right now, if I would have just bought right there, I'd have been okay. All right. If this wants to come down and then come back up, I'll look to get long here, and I can just put my stop right below those lows so I can get myself a nice little risk profile. But step one, price has got to come down here. Step two, it's got to then come back up. And then I will look to get long. Like I said, it's got to come down to that pink line first and then bounce off of it. I'm looking for a pullback to the 510. Oh, so you're looking for a way deeper pullback. Okay. Clay, I'm here since lighting broker on stocks. Do you mean Lightspeed broker? I've never used a broker called Lightning. I think you mean Lightspeed broker, JJ. Uh-oh, we got another JJ. You are not the JJ I'm used to. All right, there we go. That's why I like to wait for confirmation, because with the breakdown through there, I'm now no longer interested in buying right there if it comes back up, because the risk profile would be way cool. Yeah, I am no longer with Lightspeed. I am no longer day trading stocks. I am in the world of futures and absolutely love it. As I've heard over my years, and it turned out to be true for me too, if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually become a day trader of futures. And I get why. Futures, they're just better. They are just better. And then you sprinkle in the whole idea of prop firms, and it's just like, boom. Oh, all right. So JJ's already in futures. Yeah, so am I. I'm very glad that I switched to futures also. Only 2 or 3 tickers. Yeah, no, exactly. For me, it's basically NQ or MNQ. But yes, I absolutely love that. Not having to wake up in the morning and scan. What's the news? What's the drama on this low float? What's the drama over here? You get to skip all that nonsense. Yeah, that is why part of the argument here that we preach is Pam's plant. And what we were just discussing is right here. Stop scanning. You know, in the world of stocks, you got to figure out stuff. You got to, what's the hot stock? Or, you know, in crypto, what's the hot coin? What's the meme? You got to do all the scan. No, you don't have to do any of that. You already know what you're going to trade every day because every single day, the same thing gives you multiple opportunities. So, yeah, fully agree there in terms of don't have to scan. All right, Johnny, I just check out this link here, Johnny. This should help you out. There you go. This will walk you through how I set up my platform. Okay, Johnny? There you go. I was in Forex at the beginning, but now I'm in futures too. Yeah, so what do you think? What do you think of day trading futures compared to day trading Forex, Connor? I have a sneaky suspicion I know what you're going to say, but for others in the chat. Test. I see you, Zach. I see you. Long 516. Is this a paper trade, Mark, or are you going to actually take this with your current account? I missed the 6-year-old version of Pam's plant. Doesn't it look? It looks way better now, doesn't it, Nathan? Would you agree? I assume so, given version 1 did indeed look like a 6-year-old put it together. I'm on futures since 2001. Cool, JJ. Sorry, chat wasn't working for me. I thought you blocked me for some reason. No, no block. I'm taking it. All right, sounds good, Mark. Don't want anyone to make the mistake I made. My account billed on the July 28th. I was under 50K at the time. The account did not reset to 50K. I should have just... thanks for sharing that, John. Yeah, if it hits. I've used that a few times, but I didn't see the pink and white line. No, it's part of that video, Johnny. So that it would reset to 50K. It will not reset. I guess I'm not quite sure still what you're saying there per se. New version, very clean. Well, Mark, right above you, he's the one that did it for me. So shout out, Mark. You're already getting compliments. One from Big Tick Energy. All right, I am now maybe thinking of a long, I don't know, that stupid lower shadow right there is throwing everything off. I'd love to have my stop right here, but now I'm basically right above that area. Well, we'll see if it even comes back up. But yeah, that little wick right there is kind of raining on my parade. I don't know. Maybe I can get another hammer down here that starts to form, and I can eventually use that as my stop. We'll see. Hey, hit that like button if you have not yet. We are well on pace to keep the party moving, but nonetheless, many of you have communicated to offer up reminders because a lot of you do enjoy, but you just forget to hit the like button. So if I've described you where you do enjoy and you've forgotten to hit the like button, then please do so. Let's keep that like button moving. The account will only reset to 50K if it is disabled at the time you are billed. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Why 2 minute? Why not? I think it's a good midpoint between the 1 minute and the 5 minute. Yes, I realize. Well, technically, Clay, that would be the 2.5 minute time frame. You're right. You're right, you mathematical geeks. But close enough. But if people use the 1 minute, I have nothing against that. Just a perfect example of the whole world of personal preference. Futures Queen, are you Michelle? Did you just change your name, Futures Queen, or are you somebody different? How do prop firms make money? They make money from failing tests, from resets, from people attempting tests, and then eventually to the traders that get to the live accounts, they take a profit split. So they make money from several different angles. All right, you are Michelle. Gotcha. My strategies are based on time. I think all strategies are based on time in one way or the other. Took 200, too much time. Yeah, I'm just letting this thing try to consolidate out more. I mean, I would say in the very near term, we have a pretty well-defined area of resistance right there. So I'm thinking about maybe trying to buy a break. The question for me is, where do I put my stop where I like the risk profile? And this little bugger right here is kind of throwing off my risk profile because I'd like to have a stop down below there. But also, the more and more we move into time, the closer and closer this green line approaches. So then that might throw off my stop loss too to make the trade plan logical. 21 or green line there being the 21 EMA. So I don't know, where are people at right now? Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOH, sitting on hands. In other words, doing nothing. So I am a 3 right now. Oh, you got in long, Mark? Mark's long? All right, Mark, let's go. I'm rooting for Mark. Real life friend. This is happening in an account, or I think it's happening in his account. Nothing. Saw you about 20 years ago when you were much younger. I don't know, about 20 years ago. I started the YouTube channel in 2013. So I did not start. Well, I mean, I guess you could. I mean, you were old either way. If you remember me from 2013, time flies. That's still like 12 years ago. Trader Don is lifting weights. Trader Don is currently chugging creatine, eating a chicken breast and broccoli, and listening to the live stream. Trader Don's a good guy. Dude is getting all kinds of gains right now. Both monetary and physical gains. He's getting bicep gains right now. Getting close to the spicy orangutan. That is true. All right, Michael is long at 5. I love it. Everybody look at Michael Hardy. That's how you do it. That is not a broad statement. Notice how he has mapped out everything. Long, a specific number. Stop, a specific number. Target, specific number. Great job, Michael. That's how you do it. That's the chef's kiss around here. I wish monetary. I suck at trading. You've only been trading for 2 months? You're brand new as far as trading is concerned. Uh-oh, what happened there? All right, let's come on now, Tradovate. Let's keep our bearings here. Getting better, but lacking consistency. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Trader Don, within the big picture of things, 2 months, you're basically still in the womb. The womb of trading, you are still in the womb. You're not even born yet. So don't be too hard on yourself. I mean, we're getting slow and steady progress in the upwards direction. I'm sure some people are maybe thinking of shorting that. How are we feeling? Feeling all right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Powell margin calls many today. Only the gamblers. Only the gamblers. Because it would not be a valid excuse to be like, wait, what happened? We're at 2 o'clock. There are no excuses to be like, wait, where did that big move come from? Where did that crazy spike come from? Everybody and their brother's uncle should know what's coming at 2 o'clock Eastern. I'm set on strangles. Oh, so we have somebody that's doing more of the advanced approach. Oh, okay. Okay. Trying to come back up right off that trend line. You don't know what's at 2 o'clock today, Jeff? Answer that question honestly. All right, Emmy, have a good one. Yep, go shed that weight. But if you really want to shed weight, it's all diet, unfortunately. I wish you could just go exercise off weight. It doesn't actually work like that, though. Diet is way more important than any sort of exercise you can do. If you don't believe me, go look at the amount of calories in a Krispy Kreme donut, and then go look at how much exercise would be needed to burn that amount of calories. It will make your head spin. All right, Jeff. Well, that's a massive flaw in your trading right now. If you don't know what happens at 2 o'clock p.m. today, that tells me you're not looking at the economic calendar. So if you honestly, and thank you for answering that question honestly, but yeah, same question, same thing to all of you. If you had no idea until now that there's something very important happening at 2 p.m. Eastern, that's a flaw within your morning routine. Your morning routine should be checking in on something called the economic calendar so that you are made aware of big activities, because what you don't want is to be in a trade and you don't know it and then kapoof. If you're using your own funds, literally could be thousands of dollars gone. It'd be better if it was in a prop firm, because at least it's only your prop firm gone, but still. Yeah, just checking it now, Jeff, no bueno. Get in the routine of checking that every morning. And not only the TPT calendar, but just general economic calendars. Because TPT only talks about the red folder events. Sometimes there's other events that you want to be made aware of too. Does Tradeovate let you have CVD? I'm not cool, JJ. I have no idea what CVD stands for. Where do I see that news? Just go to Google and search for economic calendar. Lets you have. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, JJ. I don't use that in my trading, so I've never gone down that rabbit hole. So best I can tell you is maybe. Probably, if you go to here and search for it to the community, I would assume so. Explore. So let's see real quick. What did you say? Cumulative volume delta. Let's see. All right, so maybe delta histogram. So maybe it does. There it is. Lonesome cumulative delta. There it is. So you just install it. So to answer your question, yes, it does. I mean, honest question. Do you really need to tell you like an indicator like that to tell you what the bias is right now? Again, I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but like the price has been trending upward. So I'm assuming the bias right now is long, is bullish. That's what I'm assuming. Without using some cool sounding indicator, that is my assumption. And I don't have anything against like all these indicators, but at the end of the day, all indicators are based off of the two king indicator numbers, because all indicators are mathematical formulas, and all these indicators have price and or volume part of them. So that's why I say, well, I just like to use volume and price, because those are the indicators that everything else throws into their calculation. So let's just go straight to the source. Well, again, I just gave you my explanation. The indicators are math. Yes, they're math that use other components. So why don't we just use the other components, namely price and volume? That's my point. Is yeah, I'm not hating on indicators. I'm just saying the indicators that are math, well, they're using certain variables within the formula. Why don't we just go to the variables themselves? Hence price and volume. Again, because I know sometimes people get very, very uptight. They get, I mean, you have like the Bitcoin cult, you have the AMC cult, you have the gold cult. You can have indicator cults too, where people are like, they get upset in a hurry if you say anything not positive about the indicator that they use. I'm not saying that's you, JJ. I'm just speaking in general. So as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that any indicator is worthless. I'm just saying at the end of the day, for me, I would prefer to just go to the variable that all those other equations are using, that being volume and price, which is why I would say that the candlestick is the most powerful indicator, because the candlestick is focused on the most important variable, that variable being price. But it gives you 4 data points relative to the price, right? That's what a candlestick is. Open, high, low, and close. Will I be interested in a short off the high? Did you make money on that trade, Mark? I lost track. I think you would have. Nice job. Good job. Somebody asked if I'm staying until the announcement. That is the plan, assuming people stay interested. And the way I gauge whether or not people are staying interested is via that like button. So yes, if you are interested, if you're enjoying, if you want to contribute to keeping the live stream going, hit that like button. Not a vanity metric, but strictly a data metric for myself. So to the person that asked, that is the plan, assuming people remain interested. So Clay, keeping it simple, very good. Yeah, I'm not that smart. I have to keep things simple. I realize I don't sound that cool. Like when people ask me, like, what's your strategy or what's this? Like, I mean, there you can make yourself sound pretty smart. But I'm just a simple man. I like candlesticks. I like some moving averages. I like a couple of trend lines. All right, is this going to be maybe risky trade here, but not risky in the sense of I have a very tight risk profile. But this candle here has me wondering, are there sellers actually here to stay? I want to see it push up a little bit more. Michael made 180. Mark is in again too. All right, I don't want to go against Mark. Mark's on fire. I'm not shorting against Mark. And he's already in the sweet spot. All right, I'm not going against Mark. Man is crushing it. CVD tells what? What does the CVD tell? Please don't tell me something that makes it sound like a holy grail. I swear, people, they think indicators are holy grails. It's like they're not. Yeah, JJC, this is why I think I'm a good teacher, is because JJ just assumes people know what that is. No, it's simple gamma exposure on delta. Dude, JJ, nobody knows what that means. Assume, which I am, I'm an idiot. Explain it to me like an idiot. So cool, good job, JJ. You sound actually really smart. No, it's simple. I like how you threw the word simple in there. Like in your mind, all this is simple. No, it's simple gamma exposure on delta. What are you talking about? So here's another life lesson. If you want to be good at teaching somebody, don't worry about making yourself sound smart. Worry about explaining it to the other person so that they understand it. Therefore, assume that they're a child. No, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. So please explain it to me like I'm an idiot. Missed it. Wife made breakfast tacos. That's good. Mark? Don't say with only $90 profit. That's the door is opening, Mark, to ungratefulness, to forcing trades, to getting greedy, because I only made $90. Don't do it, Mark. The door is opening. The door is opened. You left the door creak just in time for the overtrade voice to creep in, for the greed voice to creep in. Doggone it, Mark. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't say only. Assuming that $90 was produced with good habits, and it sounds like it was produced with good habits, then well done, sir. Well done. I don't care about the amount. I care about the habits. And if you were in the sweet spot of trading, that tells me you had some good habits to get yourself there. Any opinion on market reaction post FOMC? No. Nope. I mean, I can guess, but that's all anybody's giving you. All opinions at this point are guesses when it comes to what the market will do. I guess I'll give you my guess, my opinion. I don't think the market's going to do a whole lot. I think we're all going to be expecting really spiky moves, and I think we'll get them somewhat. I think the spikier moves will come at 2:30 when he gives the speech. So from 2:30 to 3 p.m., I think that's where the true craziness will happen. Because it's everybody expects for it not to happen. So I don't think there's going to be any surprise. Now, if the Fed actually raises or cuts, ba-boom. But I don't think that's going to happen. Everybody expects that. So I think everybody is actually looking forward to the speech, which is at 2:30. So the speech is where things can get super, super sketchy. Because all Powell has to do is say one word in a tone that maybe seems a little sketchy, and boop, it can create some big spikes. So I guess just to throw my hat in the ring, at 2 o'clock, yeah, there might be some spikes, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. But at 2:30, I think that's where it'll get a whole lot more spicy. Greed had me on tilt and burned 3 accounts. When? Today, Jeff? Correct, yeah. What everybody expects is rates unchanged. So that's, when that, or assuming that is the case, that's why I said I don't think it's going to create a whole lot of drama. No, over the past few months. Okay, good. Whew. Was nervous for a second, Jeff. 90 is good. 9-hour day at 10 an hour sounds good to me, and you made it in how? Exactly, Carter. Do you see that, Mark? I want you to go read Carter's Hero. He's dropping math knowledge bombs on you. All right, Mark is in. All right, here we go. I agree. Everyone with microanalysis, what? Oh, you burned 5 today, Connor? Bummer. Well, hopefully they were of the variety that were very cheap up front. Hopefully they were of the variety that were the 90% off ones. No, hey, he wasn't joking, Carter. Mark never jokes. He is not a man of jokes. I'm not copy trading. Assuming you're asking me, JJ. By the way, if any of you are really good in chess, challenge Mark. And you guys can, I don't know how that would work, but set something up on chess.com. I'd like to think I'm decent at chess. I'm not, but I'd like to think I'm decent. Mark mops the floor with me every time we play chess. So if you are good at chess, I'm telling you right now, challenge Mark. I think Mark will mop you with the floor. That's my prediction for any of you chess players. So yeah. All right, good. At least they were those ones, Connor. That makes it not necessarily okay, but it makes it a little bit more palatable. Oh, there you go. Look, JJ's the guy who's talking about simple karma, peanut butter sandwich exposure. Go challenge JJ. Mop him with the floor. Yes, you're back, Mike. You are back. Although I think Mark's in a trade right now, JJ, so I don't know if he's going to be able to. I feel bad for other JJ who's not here. Now JJ is, because I like this new JJ too. But the old JJ is going to be like, oh great, now we got 2 JJs. Now I don't know who you're yelling at. Oh, no. Don't start to come up with excuses. I'm just a noob. Own it. Be like, I'm going to crush you, Mark. Anyways, if anybody challenges Mark and he accepts, I'm putting my money on Mark. He's a borderline chess savant. All right, we got the bull flag here. Or I guess probably more of a bull pennant would be accurate. So I'm keeping an eye on that. We'll see if the price maybe wants to push up through there. All right, Chad. Are you doing this on purpose? Why are we stuck on 141? We're so close to 150 likes. I swear people are just holding back just to drive me nuts. Can we get to that nice, clean number of 150 or at least above, please? Let's do that. I mean, we're on a great pace. In fact, I mean, we might be on a pace to hit 300 likes today, which has not been done since pre-vacation. I took a week vacation a couple weeks ago, and because the live streaming industry is pretty savage, I kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit. We have not been back to the numbers we were at yet before the vacation, but who knows? Maybe today is that day. Maybe we'll all be part of the live stream that puts us back into the sweet spot. There we go. That's better, JJ. Some trash talk goes a long way. All right, I'm going to extend this line now. I think that... Stop. There we go. I don't know. Is that a pull? Yeah, I think so. I think I'll give it a try. I just like to see you don't leave me early. Yes. Ideally, there we go. 150 likes. I like. Yeah, this is a good crowd. All right, I am interested in a long down to this area. Looking to buy the pullback here. I will go ahead and get rid of that trend line. I don't think it necessarily means anything anymore. I'm waiting to see if it can punch through. Yeah, I'm thinking it could run to the top pivot point. All right, all right. For me personally, a little nervous to get long up around here on any sort of breaks. Hindsight will be my judge. Maybe hindsight will make me look very stupid for being nervous. But yeah, let's see if it wants to pull back here a little bit more. Again, if you are not aware, Fed meeting is at 2 p.m. Eastern. If you're with, and this could be the same with your prop firm, so make sure to check. So I'm just speaking with Take Profit Trader because that's a prop firm that I use, and I know many people here use, given it's our prop firm of choice. But if you have a pro account with Take Profit Trader, remember, do not be in the news, or you cannot trade the news. So trading the news means you cannot be in the trade at 1:59 p.m., 1 minute before, 2 p.m. Eastern, or 2:01 p.m. Eastern. So that's what it means by you're not allowed to trade the news. So for any Take Profit Trader pro account owners, keep that in mind. We do have that event today. And also if you're with another prop firm, might be worth checking. Am I allowed to be trading the news today? Because some news they don't want you to do. On test you can, correct. Ooh, that was kind of nasty. You got to think that brought in some people getting long. Because that was a green candle, and now it's come all the way back down. That's got to have some longs nervous at this moment in time. Yeah, Mark, have you ever seen a Fed announcement when it happens? If not, it could be very good for your test. To be fair, it could be very good. It could also, to be fair, be very bad. Well, the only problem there is your premise assumes that you're not going to have any slippage with your stop. Because of how crazy it gets, you could have a ton of slippage with your stop. So sure, you think your stop is right here, but you don't actually get out until way up here. And that right there is the slippage. That's what slippage is. Again, you think you're going to get out right there. That's your stop. But the price slips because of just the supply and demand dynamic. And then you actually don't get out until way up there. Oh, I like Kyle. Look at that. Bringing in the chess analogy. Yeah, checkmate on your test account. Again, I am interested in getting long if it pulls back down to this trendline area. And we have this overnight high down here too. So right now, just sitting on my hands, trying to be patient. Talking chess, talking life. Talking whatever. But hey, by the way, good job on the chat box too. This is what I wish it could be like all the time. So much interaction. Just a constant, not necessarily constant, but a good amount of stream. Yeah, if you have never traded FOMC before, please don't start. That's true. Yeah. I think MARC Mark give some good thoughts, to which I would agree with. But again, I think the hardest thing is at 2:30. Because at 2:30, when that speech starts, man, things can be looking so good in one way, and then the exact opposite happens because Powell says something in his speech, a word, he maybe emphasizes something too much, too little, and then it can just send things reeling. But you should definitely watch it, Mark. Although my premise is I don't think it's going to get that crazy at 2 o'clock. I think the craziness has a way higher chance of happening during the speech. But we'll see what happens. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Good. All right. I'm going to do a flip trade real quick. So what is a flip trade? Well, let me just set up the context because in your prop firm world, you may need to do a flip or have a flip day, which is created by a flip trade. So to set up the context here, what I'm doing and what I'm using right now is Take Profit Trader. So the way it works is you got to pass a test. So this is for 50K. Now the key thing here is that you have 5 days to pass minimum. Let me take it back. You have a minimum of 5 days. You can take as long as you want, but 5-day minimum. So if you hit up the 3,000, because that's what it's going to take. If you get up over $3,000 in just a couple of days, well, regardless, you still have to log in 5 total days of trading. But if you're up over this already, you don't want to risk falling back below it. Therefore, you still have to log a day, but you want to do a day in a very low risk way, which is called a flip trade. So a flip trade creates a flip day. A flip day is just something that may be required as part of your prop firm because you've already passed the test, but you still have a couple more days in order to fulfill some sort of time requirement. So again, with Take Profit Trader, the test is a minimum of 5 days. So let me just show you here, and this will make more sense. Okay, here we go. So let me bring this over. I got to be very careful because I'm not trying to reveal passwords. There we go. Okay. So right here, you can see right now, this is one of my test accounts. You've got to do 5 days minimum. I'm on day 4. You can see though already, so before the 5 days, I've already surpassed the 3,000. And you can see down here, the journey. So it was just, I surpassed it in 4 days. So first day, second day, third day, fourth day. But again, I still need 5 days. So because I need 5 days, I need to go now and do, quote unquote, a flip trade. Again, it does me no good to try to go for a big gain because I've already surpassed this. I've already surpassed the target to pass the test. So now I just need to log in one more day. So that is why in Take Profit Trader's case, you would need a flip day. Now, if you're using, again, another prop firm, maybe there's another reason why you would need a flip day. But point here being is there will be times where you need to do a flip day to meet some sort of metric. But I've seen it too many times where people go and a flip day turns into a disaster. And it's like, well, why did you trade that way? Just do a flip trade. So what is a flip trade? Again, we need to do something very, very low risk. So the way to do something very low risk is this. You'll want to go to MNQ or MES, just one of the micros. You'll want to come up here, click 1, because you just want to do 1 contract. Again, there is no point in making any sort of money above what your profit target is because the profit target means you've already passed. So all I'm going to do now is click buy market and sell market, or you can do sell market, buy market as fast as you can. Wait, I got to get off of this account. Whoops. Let me see. What account is this? 6674. There we go. Okay. So now I'm either, so this number here is either going to be probably like plus $2 or minus $2. It doesn't matter. All I do, I just got to log a trade. Therefore, I can log a day, and then I will have officially passed. I thought I read somewhere that you have to trade for a minimum of a minute. Nope, not with Take Profit Trader. So really quickly, let me do the flip trade. So I'm going to buy and sell just very quickly. Ready? Here we go. Here comes the flip trade to log in my final 5th day, and then the test will officially be passed. Buy, sell. Okay. So it was a break-even trade then. Didn't make anything, but I got the trade logged. Therefore now, that was day number 5. And as I already showed you, because I'm already beyond the price target, this account is officially passed. This can now be turned into a pro account. So let me get off of this account though, because I don't want to make that'd be terrible to accidentally be selling this account and then I make a trade and it's a losing trade and then I unpass myself. So I'm not trying to unpass. Okay, 640 is what I want. There we go. So now we are back on the account that I was on. So there we go. So there is officially a passed account. And so that is what a flip trade is. Very anticlimactic, but very important because you do not want to have to log in one more day of trading and then go take some unnecessary trade and then you end up like unpassing yourself or something. Whoops, and it came right back. You all heard me say, hey, I'd like to go, I'd be interested in going along at that trend line. Look right where it bounced off of. Power of charts. Okay, the consistency rule. Callis, can you explain, or ideal life today? Yeah, the consistency rule is very easy. So, and this is only during the test phase. So let's say you're doing the 50K. The target is $3,000. The 50% consistency rule means during the test phase, you're just not allowed to make more than 50% of that amount. The rule exists because they don't want somebody to just YOLO. They don't want somebody to show up, goal in YOLO, and then make 3,000 and say, see, I passed. It's like, well, not really. You just YOLO'd and got lucky. So that is why during the test phase, 50% consistency rule, you're only allowed to make $1,500. Or on this one, so the 100K account, if your price target is 3,000, then in a single, if your price target is 6,000, then the 50% consistency rule means that in a single day, you are not allowed to make more than 3,000. Now, if you do make more than 3,000, it doesn't mean you fail. They'll just adjust things within your test, but it's just best to just honor that rule, and then things don't get messy. So that's what on Take Profit Trader, the 50% consistency rules. Now, on other brokers, consistency rules mean something very different, and it gets pretty complicated actually, but on Take Profit Trader, again, that's why I recommend it, especially to beginners. Very clean set of rules, very easy to understand set of rules. 50% consistency, again, only during the test phase, can't make more than 50% of what your target is. But yes, once you get to the pro accounts, so once you make this jump from here to here, in either of these ones, you can make as much money as you want in a day. The consistency rule is only during the test phase. Okay, all right. Maybe we can get along here. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. That's right. May the horses serve you well. Ooh, this is looking kind of a little rough here on the pullback. And at this point, I'm going to wait for some confirmation here. Wow. Okay. Because I made $5 on day one and then $500 on day two. I've gone over. No, not with Take Profit Trader. You didn't. Those sorts of numbers might make sense if like with some of these other prop firms and their consistency rule. But yeah, what you described there is nothing to worry about for Take Profit Trader. No. What first off, are you with Take Profit Trader? I don't think you're understanding. I must not have explained it clearly. You making $500 on day two doesn't do anything. You have not gone over any. Yeah. Yes, I'm asking you. Ideal life today. Are you with Take Profit Trader? And what size account are you on? Oh, bummer, Connor. I was thinking of it, but I didn't pull the trigger. Look at that. Right off of the 21 EMA. Hopefully that's not shocking. You can see right there, it bounced right off it. And once again, bounced right off of it. I was watching, but did not pull the trigger. Okay, well, okay. Then if you're on the 50K, the amount that you cannot make more than $1,500 in a day. You said you made $500 on day two. $500 is not anywhere close to 50% of that amount. Therefore, you're just fine. Does that make sense? You said you made $500 on day 2, as if that was a bad thing. But $500 is not anywhere close to 50% of that number. Does that make sense? Therefore, you are okay. Man, what a bounce. No, I don't know what you're talking. I'm not following what you're saying. Maybe you're factoring in like another prop firm's definition of consistency rule, but that has, that must be what you're doing. You must be taking another prop firm's definition of consistency rule and then applying it to your situation at Take Profit Trader. But I'm trying to tell you that would be incorrect to do. Clay, how do you manage your different accounts you have? What do your strategy look like? I have many different strategies. I manage them. I am more aggressive in my test accounts. So that's kind of a overarching answer. Hi, Clay, new here. Do you stream daily? Just curious. Yes, I start streaming every day at 11 a.m. Eastern. Oops, let's get that back up to 5. Okay. Have order to get long at that green line. My stop is at the red line. Move it down a little bit more. There we go. No, you are way overthinking this. As long as no single day is over 50% of your target, you're fine. You're fine. You are way overthinking this. Way overthinking it. Again, a single day cannot be more than 50%. And not the cumulative day, just a single day. You can't have a day that's $1,501. Right, just don't make over 1,500 in any single day. That's it. That's what the rule means. Are you an engineer by chance? I'm allowed to make fun of engineers. I'm one myself. We tend to overthink things at times. No, I'm an artist. I don't know. Do artists overthink things? At least one of them do. You're way overthinking this, but I'm glad you got it figured out. Artists do? Okay. Well, I'm glad we got it figured out for you. Hey, Labradabra, you never told me. Oh wait, no. Did you tell me when I gave you a timeout? Were you were able to still hear? Yeah, good clarification. So like Labradabra saying, even if you do violate that rule, that's not a rule that will cause you to fail the test. They just adjust things, and you can see Labradabra the math there how it would be adjusted. Well, that was a pullback. I'm not really interested in these now. If it comes back down, that had me a little leery. Yes, I could see and hear you, but I got a message that wouldn't allow me to post the message. What did the message say? Out of curiosity. In the sweet spot again? Man, Mark, crushing it. Come on, bounce for Mark. Give Mark a max out his day. Let's see the 50% rule hit for Mark here. Let's go. Maybe I just jinxed it. I don't know. Yeah, the reason why I'm not going to get long at this point is if I get long down here, that implies that the price was up here and then got smacked all the way back down. I'm not sure that's where I'm looking to buy. In a situation where the price is currently in the in the process of getting smacked back down from these highs right here. So that's why I cancel that out. I really don't like that set of circumstances now. Exactly, yes. And then again, once you're in the pro account with Take Profit Trader, there's no consistency rule. You're allowed to make as much money as you want. Sly Lou, I think you are delayed. Because I have not asked anything recently that would require a 3. Well, you know what, Malik? If it makes it feel any better, that's okay. Blowing up prop accounts is part of it. Everybody blows up prop accounts. Everybody blows up multiple accounts. Now, the outsider listening in, they're thinking, well, what is going on? What do you mean blowing up accounts? Because in their mind, they're thinking, I use my own funds. I have $5,000 in my account. If I blow up that account, that's like $5,000 gone. But no, in the prop firm space, blowing an account means at most you're out a couple $100. So that's okay. I've blown plenty of accounts. That's part of it. I think it took me either 3 or 4 tests to pass my first one, which is kind of the, once you get over that first hurdle, I'm not saying it becomes automatic that you pass tests, but it becomes easier. So in other words, don't worry about it. Blowing accounts is part of it, but that's also the power of prop firms, is when you blow an account, you're only out a couple $100. As opposed to using your own funds, a blown account could mean a couple thousand or even way more than that. I blew up 250Ks in the beginning of the month testing out copy. Yeah, see, I mean, that's part of it. Richard Lopez, too. I think Richard Lopez is delayed, too. Jimbo might also be delayed. Jimbo, Richard, and Sly Lou. I think you're behind in the live stream. Get that cursor, or get the scroll bar, bring it up to live. You're giving numbers for things I asked probably like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it's definitely part of a prop firm trader's life. Now, I'm not saying you go out there and intentionally blow accounts. I'm just saying that blown accounts, don't beat yourself up too hard. That's fine to be disappointed, but don't beat up yourself too hard, because it is not the same. And that's, like I said, the beautiful thing. If you go on tilt in a prop firm, yeah, you'll lose the account, which means you're out a couple $100. If you go on tilt with your own money, in fact, we had, who was that yesterday? That was super transparent. I don't remember their name. But anyways, somebody showed up yesterday or Monday, someday, and they're like, man, I just went on tilt today. I lost $3,000. But they were using their own funds. So when they said $3,000, I mean, that was literally $3,000 of their money. But in the prop firm, yeah, if you lose $3,000, the consequence is not $3,000 out of your pocket. It's just you lose the account. But given that you only pay a couple $100 at most for the account, I mean, that's ultimately your risk. I think it was Cody. That sounds right. I was on tilt basically the month of June. Are you on a payout drought right now, Mark? I was in June. Oh yeah. We're almost done with July. Man, time flies. Mark was on tilt for an entire month. That's good stuff, but not like in a good way. Like in a comedic, like I can relate to that type of way. Reple Mooney is firing. I don't know what that is. You got long at 528, Mark, or you're waiting to get long at 528? REPL. There's better things to be day trading, Owen. Better things to be day trading compared to REPL, man. You got to look into futures through a prop firm. Way better, way more efficient. Yeah, exactly. Random stock, no bueno. Fair enough, but it's up 100%. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's not. I understand that seems to be good, but it's not. I know I really do understand that. Sounds like that doesn't make any sense, but I assure you that Pam's plant would take that 100% situation and make it look very inefficient. All right, so Mark got stopped out there. Man, Mark, you are like on a hot streak. I gotta just start puppet trading Mark here. Goodness. The man can't lose. I'm up 494. Good job. All right, well, how much would you be happy to close green up? Like what number? Like $100 would you still be happy to be green? $200, $300, what would the amount be where if you closed up green at that amount, you'd still be happy? You don't know. Might be worth figuring out. That way you know how much you can risk on your next trades. So for example, if you just say, you know what, I'd be really happy if I was up $400. Well, you now know that the next trade you take cannot be any more than $94 of risk. No, I'm reverse engineering to make sure that, again, for you, it's to stay green, not to get to just to remain. So what amount would you like to remain green? Of 494. So for example, let's just say you're like, you know what? I'd still be happy if I knew I walked away and it was up, okay, 300. Okay, good. That now tells you that you could risk $194 in your next trade. Because if your next trade totally doesn't work out, you know that you would still be up $300. So do you see how you determine that number? And now you can work backwards. So you now know the risk for your next trade, 194. If you risk any more than that, you are potentially putting yourself in a position where you've given back more gains than what you would actually like. Good way to save your profits than going back to square one. Exactly. Yeah. A little trick that's very powerful. If you're already green, well, how much would you be happy staying green? And then once you have that number, you can do the rest of the math. But I'm interested in a long here. It wants to come down some more. Yeah, going to get long at that green line. So looking to get long at the green line here. I'd like to see a reprice down. Oh, 508. Wow. Okay. I'm not going to quite wait that long. Maybe I should. We'll see. Long 527. Okay. Mark is in. I'm waiting for it to come down a little bit lower, but looking like right now, Mark might have chosen wisely. He chose wisely. I have a question. Do you trade gold and futures? I definitely do not. Nope. We checked out gold either yesterday or a couple days ago, and I kid you not, it took 17 seconds for gold to make a move. We were watching the chart, and the candle just sat there for 17 seconds, and then it finally made a little blip. So no, I do not trade gold. I trade MNQ and NQ. Was anybody, give me a 1 if you were here. Was that yesterday? Who here remembered the gold trade yesterday where it took 17 seconds for the candle to move? Usually I start to set the sweet spot as soon as a couple profit targets are hit. But like now I would say, Mark, you should for sure at least be at break even. Maybe not necessarily in the sweet spot, but I would certainly have your stop loss at break even at this point. Do you happen to know how early you can trade with TPT? What do you mean? One. Okay, yeah, all right. So that was yesterday. Yeah, that was interesting. I literally ventured into territory. Well, I realize you mean take profit. I know that. Do you happen to know how early you can trade with take? I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by how early? What does that mean? You can trade whenever you want versus Ace. When the market is open, you may trade versus Ace. Now, if there's a news event, a red folder news event, yeah, those are situations where they don't want you in the trade. But besides that, trade when the market's open. What are you talking about? How do you not know that by now? You're like the first person on this live stream. How do you not know that? I'm so confused. The world of live streaming continues to just befuddle me. How some people can be around for so long and have heard quite literally hours upon hours upon hours of my beautiful voice. And then they ask a question. It's like, how do you not know that? Well, but that's not, no, it's not you just sign up. It's the fact that you've heard me talk about Take Profit Trader for hours and hours. But yes, you may trade whenever the markets are open. Don't trade past close though. Again, you just sign up them is irrelevant. That's like me sitting here preaching about how a mortgage works and how a mortgage works and how a mortgage works. And then you just get a mortgage and then you start asking about a mortgage. It's like, well, didn't you hear all those other times I talked about a mortgage? Well, no. I just signed up for my mortgage. I don't know how you deal with these questions sometimes. Me neither. If you want to challenge yourself, specifically challenge your patience and sanity levels, start live streaming. And then make it your goal to interact with messages in the chat box. Like, I'm well aware that the solution to this is just ignore the chat box, which some would say is the solution. And to be fair to those people, maybe it is the solution. Maybe that would, but I like to interact with people. But so there's always give and take. No wonder you get headaches. Today I'm feeling good though. Interesting candle on the 5 minute. Look at this nice little hammer here. That's got me feeling a little spicy here. Maybe a breakout or get out. I don't know. Got me feeling a little spicy. I'm trying to buy. I am in. Oh, don't blink on me. All right. Taking the scalpy scalp. Mainly because that blue line is insane. Why does it do that? So that was a winning trade. Scalpy scalp. Well, wow. Wow. Maybe the blue line just bailed me out of what would have been a nasty fake breakout there. Yikes. What a dirty rat move that is so far. To be fair, it might recover back up. But if this thing comes back down, that would be brutal. But there was a little scalpy scalp trade, mainly based off that 5 minute. As I just showed you, got the nice little hammer there. This man has unlimited patience. I wish that were true. I really do wish that were true. I don't even know if I have patience. That's the thing. That's something I need to work on in like my real life sometimes. Especially with my kids. I got to learn how to cut some slack sometimes. Anybody else have that problem as a dad? You got to cut your kids a little bit more slack. Give me a 1. Do we have any other people that struggle with maybe not being so uptight? Like I'm not saying that you let your kids do whatever they want. I'm not saying that at all. But sometimes I forget that they're kids and I treat them like they're PhD level employees that can think logically through every decision they make. Yeah. Good. All right. That makes me feel better. I'm not the only struggling father out there. Stepmom but 1. All right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. It could apply to moms too, I'm sure. But I can only speak from a dad's perspective. I'm better firm teaching than life is not going to play with them. Yeah, like I said, it's a fine line. I'm not saying no rules, but I'm also saying, for me, sometimes I forget they're kids. And especially the boy. Sometimes I look at my set, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What? There is such a difference between boys and girls. Like I look at my daughters and then I look at my son sometimes, and me and my wife were just like, what was he thinking? And I'm like, well, then again, I was a boy. He wasn't thinking. That's the thing. Hey, Ace Trades, good to see you. All right, well, I took the scalpy scalp right now. Maybe I should have held longer, but I'm not going to beat myself up too bad. If you were here earlier in the live stream, you saw some trades where I let it work for me, and it worked out just fine. All right, just as an FYI, I want to give everybody enough heads up. You long-time viewers, you know this, but by the 3-hour mark, we need to be at 200 likes. So we have about 45 minutes to get 38 more likes. I think we'll be able to do it, but if you have not yet hit the like button and you want the live stream to go beyond the 3-hour mark, you got to make sure to hit that like button. Okay? So just as an FYI, I think we'll be able to hit it, but in some ways we're kind of far away. But again, the like button is used as a metric to gauge interest, and I've learned that by the 3-hour mark, we should at least have 200 likes. And if we don't, then that would just be a glaring siren that I have not brought my A game. People are not entertained. So if you have not yet hit the like button, make sure you do so. Bring the leader of the wolf pack, come with lots of responsibilities. I'm not limited to bad headache, broken heart, angry, and hysteria. I hear you. Dads are generally tougher on them and believe that being a little tough on them isn't that bad. Well, no, yeah, I agreed on expectations. I'm just saying sometimes the expectations become unrealistic expectations. That's what I'm struggling with. But yes, we are in full agreement. Parents should have expectations. But it's a little more nuanced. Are they realistic expectations? That is the struggle point, for me at least. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're at 177 likes, so we're within striking distance. That's good. Clay, do you live just from trading? Curious as you... No way. No. No, around here, I think this is the third time I've talked about it. But yeah, I am on team. Well, first off, I don't know any full-time day traders, okay? I don't think full-time day traders exist. I am on team full-time. Make it your goal to be a full-time income stream creator, because every wealthy person I've ever studied, I'll ruin it for you, so don't take my word, but go study wealthy people. Spoiler alert, you'll notice all of them have many streams of income. So I think I want to be a full-time trader. I think that's a very bad goal. I think a better goal would be I want to be an income stream creator, and trading, I want to be one of those income streams. I could never, ever, ever be a full-time trader because of my 6 kids. The pressure I would feel of needing to make money, if day trading was literally my only stream of income, it would pop my head like a pimple. I could not be a full-time day trader. And I don't know any people that are full-time day traders. Now, before you go and throw somebody's name at me, are you sure you're not throwing somebody's name at me that has a YouTube channel, that has a Discord, that has a newsletter, that has alerts, that has, this, that, or the other? Then they're not full-time, right? They have many streams of income. Good for them. They're in the same camp as me. They believe in multiple streams of income. So no, I do not make my living from trading. I make my living from many streams of income. I have claytrader.com. I have the live stream here, YouTube. I have real estate investments. I have farmland. Like I said, I try to diversify. I have a portfolio filled with dividend stocks, so I get passive income through those. I'm a full-time day trader. However, I also make money from real estate. Well, then you're not a full-time day trader, are you? You are a multiple income stream creator, which is fantastic, Mike. I've worked for a few, but they definitely have other businesses. Then they're not full-time traders, are they? That's my point, Ibrahim. So you have not worked for a few full-time day traders, because in that very same statement, you also concede, but they definitely have other businesses. So in other words, they have other multiple streams of income. Hey, this is the first time I see something like this. Can you explain to me what is going on here and how I can make money? And you will get all my likes. Michael B. Why don't I just send you this? Since you are that new, check out this class I'm offering tomorrow evening. Now, everybody is welcome to join. I'm just going to link it to this person because they are brand new. So if I would say, if you're an experienced trader and know what you're doing, maybe you could find some nuggets. I don't know about that. But if you are a new trader or a struggling trader, I'm quite confident this class can help you out. So there's that link. I gave it to Michael B. So if anybody else, like I said, all are welcome to join if they want, but Michael B's question made me think specifically to give it. You made me remember of my father talking down to me on everything. I don't think I was talking down to you. If it came across as though I was talking down to you, that was not my intent. I thought I was just explaining kind of the whole idea of full-time. Been learning 3 weeks, still learning. I hope to join that session. What do you mean you hope? Join. So Ace Trades, you have 0 other income streams. Is that what you're telling me right now, Ace Trades? 0 other income streams. That's true. I only talk down to Verse Ace. Like Verse Ace has grounds to stand on. Because I talk down all the time. And are you a single guy, Ace Trades? It's my first time joining. Can you share some insight on what you see from the chart or give a quick breakdown of how you... Well, yeah. Keep on watching, Rudy. That's sort of what I do. But right now, I don't have really anything that I'm interested in. But yeah, that's kind of what I do throughout the course of the stream. Or have a trust fund? Yeah. Again, maybe I need to be a little bit more nuanced, but I don't know any people that have like responsibility of kids or, but I'm still not buying it. I still think that because surely nobody's like literally my only stream of income is trading. Like, you're telling me you don't invest in anything? Hey, good job, D. Wilkins. Could it be that most do not only day trade because they desire to put their money to work? No, I think it's because day trading as your only stream of income would be insanely pressure consuming. Like if you're trading and you have to make money for your mortgage or your rent or your gas bill, that's an immense amount of pressure. That's why I'm very leery of these people. Like, nope, I only day trade. I have zero other forms. Okay, I think there's more to this picture that they're not revealing. Like I said, maybe it's possible, but like, are they living in their mom's basement? So their cost of living is like very small. Do they have some big like windfall from like a trust fund that they just have? So daddy gave them $300,000, so it's just $300,000 sitting in the bank. So, like I said, I think there's a little bit more variables. These people are like, no, I literally have 0 other forms of income. Yeah. I'm leery. I did that, was also doing Uber. Was doing good, so I stopped doing Uber. The pressure increased massively and made terrible trades. Exactly, Rudy. Thank you for your honesty. And that's why multiple streams of income. That was great. You had trading and you're doing Uber. That's awesome stuff. But as you just noted, as soon as that other stream of income disappeared, boy, oh boy, did that pressure pick up. And then you start making terrible trades. So didn't quit my day job and day trade. That's a great move, Chris. Sounds like 2 streams of income to me. And I bring all this up because some people out there will make you like, I don't know if they're doing it intentionally, but like there seems to be this stigma like you're not a good trader or you're a terrible trader if you trade, but yet you still have a full-time job. And in my mind, I'm saying, well done to you. Multiple streams of income for the win. I mean, the amount of money you make via savings from not having to pay your own health insurance is crazy. As somebody that does have to pay my own health insurance, it is bonkers. So if you have insurance with your company, let me tell you, I realize for you, it doesn't show up in the form of a paycheck, but in the amount it's saving you, there's a lot of value in that in and of itself. But yeah. Where did the people disappear that were like, I'm a full-time day trader, 0 other forms of income? How come they're not telling me any more about their life situation? Again, if you live in your mom's basement and she cooks for you and you don't have to pay for groceries, you don't have any kids, you don't have any bills to pay, heck, you don't even have to pay your own internet, then okay, fine. Maybe you're a full-time trader because that's your only stream of income, but you have no other expenses. Like, okay, but that's not really, that wasn't really the essence of what I was getting at. I mean, you could be having these 420 and 347 profits on 20 accounts, Apex. So yes, you could live out day trading. Well, yes, JJ, and you could. Okay, JJ, if you're going to play the could game, I can steamroll anything you say too. Like, JJ, you could say, well, meth heads and crackheads don't have a lot of money. And then I could play the game with you. Well, JJ, a meth head could find some money and they could buy a lottery ticket and they could win and now they could have $400 million, right? You see how the could game can destroy any claim? Do better, JJ. Do better. Insurance before, now we do a health share plan, but before that, don't quote me, but it was either $2,500 a month or $2,800 a month. Yeah, hey, Ace Trades, I'm still waiting for your personal situation. Ace Trades, are you living in your mom's basement right now? Tell me more about your personal situation, since you claim that day trading is your only form of income. For how many people? At that point, that was before Jet, our youngest, so I guess 7 people. Well, I am mad because that's such poor argumentation. Like, if you want to have an honest conversation, don't play the could game. You got 7. No, you asked for how many people. So 7 would be me, my wife, and then 5 kids. So 7. Not 7 kids, 7 people. Meth head probably stole the lottery ticket then. Okay, fine. I could still make that work. A meth head. Well, what happens if a meth head did this and then they, the could game? You can destroy anything. You don't have to be sorry, Ace. I'm asking you to back it up. I'm asking for more information about your claim. Math's hard. It is hard. It is hard. What prop firm is the best to do futures trading? Well, in my opinion, Take Profit Trader is my prop firm of choice. Oh, the truth comes out, Ace. Oh, bust. First off, I do want to give a shout out to Ace. He could totally have not just said what he said, but he did. So shout out to Ace. I appreciate that, Ace. I really do. Shout out to being honest. So Ace does have multiple streams of income. He has a spouse who has a job. And through her, has the insurance. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate your honesty, but okay, so you have multiple streams of income. Sure, did you get me on the semantics? Well, you said me. Okay, let me rephrase. Within your situation, and yes, your spouse is included in your situation, it's good to have multiple streams of income. But thank you, Ace. I give you nothing but respect because you could totally have not told me that, but you did, which supports my claim. Okay, JJ, I didn't say the cook game. I said could. So you're in Venezuela, so I'm not trying to be facetious. All I'm saying is that I'm assuming English is your second language, but like could means like kind of a hypothetical. So when you say could, you're creating a make-believe event, and you can make any sort of make-believe event. So if you want to defeat an argument in English, a way you could do that is start something off with, well, this could, and then you create anything you want to defeat the argument. So no, I did not say cook. I said could. Again, no problem, Ace. Honestly, I respect Ace even more because he totally did not need to say that. In this day and age of hiding behind the keyboard and kind of saying whatever you want to say, he didn't have to reveal that. So there we go. So maybe, is that just for gaming? Just for gaming? Do you have a spouse that is bringing in money? Just for gaming? Is there an option to have a different style of level 2 window for take profit? Well, this is not level 2. This is the DOM. Level 2s don't exist like they do in stocks. What a great conversation, though. I appreciate that because now Ace has helped me refine my argument. Because technically speaking, on a semantic level, he was right. He does not have any other streams of income. So I will rephrase this moving forward that I do not know of anybody in a situation where there's no other streams of income. Therefore, I can hedge myself against what Ace was saying. Because again, technically speaking, Ace was right. He was right. Because I did not specify my claim clearly enough. But moving forward, I will fine-tune the claim to say I am not aware of any full-time day trader, full-time being defined as their situation only has one stream of income, and that income being day trading. So, good. He got me. He got my claim. My claim was not nuanced enough, and he exploited a loophole in it. But now I know to shut that loophole. So thank you, Ace. I appreciate it. So what is making money today? Oh, futures. Futures, Chris. You've been trading them? What would be a better way for me to say it would be? I pay all my bills with day trading. I would just say you're pursuing multiple streams of income. And I'll encourage you, Ace. I hope you're not satisfied with only day trading. I hope you're telling your wife, I'm making money from day trading, so therefore we can invest more in stocks, now we can maybe pick up something in real estate. So I hope you're not satisfied, Ace, of only having on your end day trading being your only stream of income. I hope you're focused on building more so that you and your wife expand that many more streams of income. I'm trying since I lost my job, but I'm getting, well, Ibrahim, I would say effort number one should be to get a job and then focus more on your trading, because trading is near impossible if it's your only stream of income. If you have responsibilities in life, it's very, very hard. So Ibrahim, that makes sense why you keep getting kicked in the face, because you're probably putting way too much pressure on yourself. Hey, let's get 8 more likes, and then we got the monkey off our back of the 200 likes. Doing my best. All right, good. Yeah, keep focusing on getting that job, Ibrahim. And yeah, too stressful for sure. That makes perfect sense. What time frames do most futures traders use? I see a lot of the 1 minute, the 2 minute, the 5 minute, 15 minute, and 4 hour. Now, I have no statistical studies to back that up, but that is what I see most out there. The 1 minute, the 2 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, and the 4 hour. All right, it's time to get this in line here. How does your wife take your down days? Well, I don't really, she doesn't really care because I don't really make that big of a deal about it because, again, I have many streams of income. So if I have a down day, it's not like, uh-oh, honey, I don't know if we're going to be able to put any gas in the vehicles this month. With all due respect, I think you can live doing day trading full time. I have 5 PA accounts on Apex and 2 Pro. I lost 3 Pro accounts in the last week, but still generating 125 per day. So is that your only stream of income, Diego? I mean, you are more than welcome to think whatever you want, but so you're a single guy. Your spouse isn't bringing in any money. You have no other streams of income. Yeah, and you're making $125 per day. Never comment here, but I'm 46 years old and retired from futures trading after 22 years, almost 40 million, just trading beef and NQ. Okay. Island time, I say this with all due respect. Hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from. But given this is the internet and given people can say whatever they want behind a keyboard on the internet, I'm in the skeptical category. I'm not saying you're lying. So I'm not in the you are lying category. I'm in the skeptical category. That somebody that's made $40 million is gracing us here. Put me in the skeptical category. All I'm saying is I don't know of any full-time traders. That's all I'm saying. And I think it's a silly goal anyways. I think a way better goal, again, based off what I see wealthy people doing, is to create many streams of income. That's my claim. But if you're sitting here and you can truly say, I'm a full-time trader, that is literally my only stream of income, okay. I think it would be better if you were aiming to have many streams of income. But I said, I don't know of any. I've never met one. I don't know of any. But I also, Island Time, I highly doubt. So I'll assume that is true. There's no way that somebody as smart as you that entire time was like, nope, I'm making all this money and I'm not creating any other streams of income with it. I'm not investing any of it. I'm not buying real estate with any of it. I'm literally spending it as fast as it comes in. Like, I'm assuming at worst case, you were putting that money into savings accounts and at least getting interest on it, which is a stream of income. But yeah, I have a hard time believing that somebody as smart as you that's able to do that would not be putting those profits to work in other ways. To me, that would be a very tough pill to swallow. There you go. Well, then you were never a full-time trader. Again, I am defining something very specifically. Full-time trader being defined as that's your only stream of income within your situation. So Island Time was not a full-time trader via that definition. He very wisely was buying property. I love it. I do the same thing. I mean, I own farmland here in Iowa. He invested most of it in property, which created more money for himself. He was smart. He was creating multiple streams of income. So again, per the definition, Island Time doesn't even meet it because he was smart. That's why I say, if you're sitting here telling me, no, Clay, I'm literally, per your definition, a full-time trader, that's literally my only stream of income, I don't think that's very wise. And wise, not according to my opinion, wise compared to all the wealthy people I've studied. And once more, don't take my word for it. Don't believe me. Go study wealthy people. But I'm giving you a spoiler alert. You're going to see they all have many streams of income. Again, we have a reoccurring theme here. The topic of nuance. I give a specific definition to what full-time trading is. And that's why I say I don't know any full-time traders. Full-time traders defined as that's literally their only stream of income. Been listening up to now. My question is, my doctor talks to me about his stock investments. Is he not a full-time doctor? No, he's not. Being a full-time doctor would be very silly. Per my definition, he's not. Because someday he won't need to be a full-time doctor anymore, will he? Sounds like your doctor's a smart guy. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to put all my eggs in my doctor career. I'm gonna start to build streams of income. Sounds smart to me. Full-time, all-in, whatever you want to call it. But no, your doctor's a smart guy. He's not a full-time doctor because by my definition, he has multiple streams of income. Not to mention, that's still apples and oranges because being a doctor, you're sort of like guaranteed profits. Trading, the reason why I've never met a trader is because trading as your only stream of income, the pressure is insanely high. But like doctors, no, that's a good skill set to have. If you become a doctor, you're probably always going to have job security. There ain't any job security in trading. So, Beach, if you don't understand that apples and oranges comparison, I'm not sure I can help you out much more. But yes, yeah. Most doctors don't have just one gig. They do consulting, 3 or 4 different. Yeah, exactly. Chris, did you see the link to the class I'm doing tomorrow? Well, I know that's where the term comes from. That's why I'm trying to give my definition of the term. The only thing I've learned here is that I better go, yeah, Chris. And that's a good thing. Go make some real money. If you think you're just going to make a bunch of money hand over fist, especially as a new person right away, don't think that way, Chris. I understand that may not seem much value. It maybe seems like I'm a hater or bitter or, well, what's up with this guy's negative attitude? But feel free. If you are brand new, please don't think that you're going to be making great money anytime soon because you're not. Trading is very hard. Very, very hard. I love it, Island Time. See? Good timing. Read the message right below you, Chris. Trading is not easy. Oh, wow. We got 29 minutes till the announcement. 29 minutes. I lost track of time. So, yes, if you're with Take Profit Trader and you're in a pro account, and also if you're with other prop firms, probably want to check with them. But if you're with Take Profit Trader and you have a pro or pro plus account, remember, you may not trade at 2 o'clock. Do not be in your trade by 1:59. Do not be in a trade at 1:59, at 2, or at 2:01. I'm up 145% in my portfolio. Nobody cares about that, dude. That doesn't prove anything. That's what's cruel about the markets. Markets make up. Here, let me just give you a really quick example, Chris. Here's HCTI. Last week, I was having people like you tell me they know what they're doing because they bought here and they're like, well, my portfolio is up 300% right now. I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't really actually mean anything. Shut up, hater. Shut up, hater. Yeah. And now they're getting a taste of medicine as things crash back down. So my point is this. It doesn't, a blind drunk monkey can make money trading. The goal is, can you keep those gains? Can you grow those gains? Can you manage risk? But ain't nobody impressed by you saying that you're new and you're up 145%. Trust me, I've been there. Many people here have been here. They realize what I'm talking about. The market is cruel. The market can lead you to believe that you know what you're doing because you make some money. Well, Chris, props to you. The vast majority of people would not type that. They would think that it was skill. But I applaud you. That's good stuff. You said, I just got lucky. Well done. You are well ahead of a whole lot of people out there. My blind drunk monkey keeps walking into the wall. I am watching this trend line. I got to keep my eye on the clock, though, too. All right, Chris, well, if you want, I'm offering this class. I'll tag you in it. Anybody else is invited to. If you are like a battle-hardened veteran that has a great strategy that works, I'm not quite sure you're going to get anything out of this. But if you're a beginner trader, struggling trader, I'm pretty confident there will be at least something you get out of that class. So feel free to check it out. All right, we are approaching that trend line. We'll see if we can push through it, but I'd like to see it come up and, yeah. So this is what I do want to see. I want to see it come up and then consolidate a little bit below and then make the move. But I'm not going to buy it on this candle or even the next candle. That seems too much like a chase right now. And chasing a price into an overall trend line has me a little scared from the long side of things. All right, sounds good. Nature is amazing. So don't be in any trades at 2. Well, I don't know. That depends on your prop firm. With Take Profit Trader, you may not be in a trade at 159, 2 o'clock, or 201 if you're in one of their pro accounts. But yeah, you'll have to check with... But if you're just in a test account with Take Profit Trader, then yeah, you can trade the news if you want. And that is exactly why I was not interested in buying at that trend line. Look at that, rejecting right off it. The power of charts. Let's go. The power of charts. Did anybody short that? Did anybody short at the trend line? If so, congratulations. Man, what a great chat box today. All sorts of good conversation, people chiming in, lots of new names. This is a test right now. There ain't no way I'm trading a pro. Well, first off, I'm not allowed to trade my pro at the news, but I'm definitely not going to be trading a pro right beforehand where anything could get snappy. No, thank you. Please check out, tell me, BINI. Muhammad, I can tell you right now to slow down, and you have way more learning to do. Because that is a very dangerous question you just asked. I'm not going to go into why it's dangerous, because I've been kind of answering that question a lot lately. But what I can tell you is that you're new, and I can tell that you're new based on that question you asked. So what I'm telling you is slow down, Muhammad. You have a lot more learning to do. This trend line don't work when resistance is straight or flat line. I don't know what you mean by that. Majority of my luck was PGFC, which is food company like Cisco, but we don't believe it will go. Well, like I said, Chris, I got nothing but respect. I applaud the fact that you're admitting luck and you're not sitting here and confusing luck with confusion, which unfortunately usually is the case. 100 points up or down FOMC. I think it'll range. I think the more interesting thing will start to happen at 2:30 when the speech starts. Buffer hit on my pro. Nice job, Jocko. And on that note, dogs are talking of mutiny. God hit the trail. All right, have a good one, Jocko. Congrats on getting a buffer. Nope, even the test account, not before. Prices can even jump around. Yeah, exactly. Do I trade exit? No, I do not trade crypto, or I do not trade Forex. Forex is like watching paint dry compared to day trading futures. Like if I wanted to torture somebody, I'd be like, you have to day trade Forex. Day trading futures is so much better than day trading Forex. If you have $25 in an account and it goes to 100 and you're up 300%, which looks amazing. Yeah, that's true too, Kyle. I love it. People having conversations with one another. This is good stuff. Forex has a bad reputation among most. Well, I mean, just practically speaking, Forex is just slow. Why not trade stocks? Well, I don't have anything against swing trading stocks, but day trading stocks is garbage. You take on way more risk. You need way bigger moves to make decent money. Stocks are kind of slow moving, but what about low floats and penny stocks and short squeezes? Still, when you look at the math compared to Pam's Plant being day trading futures through a prop firm, the numbers, they just get blown out of the water, especially when you compare the amount of risk that you have, which is way less within a prop firm. And this is coming, Dave, this is coming from somebody that has day traded stocks and options for years. And I'm still a little bitter at myself that it took me this long to get involved in day trading futures, but I suppose later is better than never. Wish I would have traded prop firms 2 years ago before losing. Yeah, but same with me, Chameleon. But in our defense, 2 years ago, prop firms were still a little sketchy. Like, okay, are these things a scam or what exactly is going on? But now, yeah, now we have 2 years of data. We have 2 years of certain prop firms being around and paying. So we don't want to be too hard on ourselves. Hey, JJ, I know you're not yelling, but all caps comes across as though you're yelling. So if you don't mind taking off the caps lock, that would be great. Prop firms paid out $400 million last year. Yeah, no, prop firms. Are there sketchy prop firms? Yes. But does that mean all prop firms are sketchy? No. How old am I? I am 41, and I got into the markets in 2006, but I wouldn't say that was trading. That was more so investing because of the pattern day trader rule. So when did I actually start trading? That's a little bit blurry. I can't quite remember that. But yeah, I got involved in the markets in 2006, my senior year of college. JJ, just stop, JJ. What are you talking about? Not the type of prop firms we're talking about here, JJ. JJ, are you one of those guys that just wants to argue about anything? Like, I could literally say right now, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of sand in the world. I could say, hey, the Sahara Desert has a lot of sand. And you would just be like, you would argue against that. Are you one of those guys, JJ? What are you trading on? I am trading futures. I am trading futures through a prop firm, that prop firm being Take Profit Trader, and then through Take Profit Trader, I am using Tradeovate. Oh, Trump's talking right now? Thank you for the heads up. Do you check natural gas? No, I have zero cares about natural gas. My focus is on NQ and MNQ. Most prop firms don't let you trade inside the live market. It's their copy, and they pay out the winners from the most of the fellow. That's how much. Correct. Yep. That's how some of them work. And others do that, and they make money from the live accounts too. Why not use Webull? Because Webull would be my own funds. I don't want to risk my own funds. I would rather use a prop firm where my risk is very much so insulated. But yeah, if you use Webull, that means it's all your cash, and all your cash is at risk. That is not so within the way of Pam's Plant. Pam's Plant, very quickly, is just the argument that if you're a day trader, my argument is the most efficient way to go about day trading is to, for step one, day trade futures for all these reasons. But you want to do day trading through a prop firm. And as I was just saying, why not use Webull? Because Webull is not given this. You don't get that added risk control via protecting your own money. Because in Webull, all your money is at risk. Not so within the world of prop firms. So there's the quick little summary of Pam's Plant and what we talked about here. All right, well, we're in a straight up grind mode right now. So for example, Frequencies Chief, let's just say you put $3,000 into your Webull account. If you have a really bad day, and we had somebody yesterday that showed up, said, man, I went on tilt today and I lost $3,000. Well, if that's you in Webull, that literally means you lost all of your account. Your account is gone. In the prop firm space, the consequence is not losing $3,000 of your own money. The consequence is you lose your account, which means you're out a couple $100 at most. Do prop firms regulate how you trade, like the method that, yes, in a sense, but in a good sense. So yes, they do regulate because there are rules, but I count that as a positive because these rules are going to force you to manage risk. They're going to force you to focus on risk management and risk control. And as any successful trader will tell you, trading has nothing to do with making money. Trading has everything to do with risk management. If you don't manage risk, if you don't control risk, you're never going to find any consistency. So yes, prop firms do implement rules on top of you, which I argue are good because those rules force you to not be greedy, to manage risk, to consider risk, all things that you need to be considering. Higher risk, the higher reward. No, actually it's opposite. It sounds like a scam, but like the reason why you can generate insane, crazy ROIs is because of the way prop firms are set up. I'm not going to go into it right here, but I just recently did a video on it. Because some people want to complain, well, yeah, but you have to split your payments with a prop firm. Doesn't matter, and all the math is right here. So no, it's not higher risk, higher reward. It's actually lower risk, higher reward. Again, I understand how that can sound like a scam, but the math, it's just basic a math formula, the ROI. So great ROI, right there. So you can check out that video there if you want, and you'll see how the math works out. So no, I get it. It sounds scammy. Because usually it is higher risk, higher reward. But in this situation, it's lower risk, higher reward because of the way prop firms are set up and the way that the ROI calculation works, which again, I go through in that video there. So check it out. Yeah, but even if it was lower than that, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, the math, it doesn't matter. The profit split, it sounds bad maybe at the front. Well, I want to keep all my gains. Again, if just watch that video and you'll see how the math works out. And it's like, no, ROI is insane with prop firms. I don't know if he's still here, but a common person in the chat, Big Tick Energy, he had once like I can't remember, like a 9,000% ROI in a couple months, which sounds totally scam. What do you mean he made 9,000% return on investment? That's just the way prop firms work and the math and how they're set up. Wow, okay, so you have I don't have a prop firm. I'm using a prop firm. The prop firm that I'm using is at the top of the screen there. That's who I use and recommend. And yeah, make sure you use code CLAY so that my kids can eat and so that you can get a discount. Yeah, check out that link, Frequency. And that is that's why I'm doing the live stream. A lot of people are like, I'm not here as a live stream to like prove I'm a good trader, nothing like that. As I've said from the beginning and will always say, and I'm saying right now, the core point of this live stream is to make people aware of Pam's plan, because there's people like you, Frequency Chief, that just they're not aware of this, and they're out there behaving very inefficiently within their trading, right? Too many people are out there trading small caps and low floats and short squeezes and all this sort of stuff, which sounds good because it sounds like, man, look at these big gains. Yeah, until you consider the numbers of how you're taking on way more risk in those situations to get less of gains. Whereas in futures, you can take on way less risk and get even better gains. And I've shown that mathematically multiple times now on the live stream. In fact, there's nothing funner. Well, I feel kind of bad about it. But somebody's like, well, I trade low float penny stocks, or I trade short squeeze. I'm like, yeah, give me your best trade. And there's one I can remember it. This one guy was like, yeah, here it was. And they made like $15,000. And then I was like, all right. Then I reversed the math. And then I showed them. And long story short, They were risking way more. They were risking so much money compared to Pam's plant, and then they would have made way more than $15,000. Can you scalp these futures, or is it better to trade them intraday? You mean like hold them, like swing trade them? Yeah, Chris, futures will knock your socks off, and futures will. Like I said, you just get a better bang for your buck. Like more than, oh yeah, you can trade things more than 15 minutes if you want. Sure, yeah. There's all sorts of ways you can approach it. You can scalp. You can hold for, between 5 to 15 minutes. You can hold from 15 minutes to hours. $13 minutes, thinking about buying this pullback here. If it comes down here and then comes back up, I'm going to get long because I can just put a nice little tight stop below the purple line. Again, I want to see it come down a little bit more, then come back up. What do you do with your farmland? It's rented to a farmer, and then we're building. I'm getting into the homestead lifestyle. That's some want the Lambos and the jets. I want some chickens and goats. So yeah, right now we are in town in Iowa, but we own acreage that has some farmland on it. So eventually we'll build it. But yeah, the plan with the land is to lease it out to a farmer, and then there's like a creek. I like hunting, so we want to have a big garden. Okay, there we go. Buy. See if I can get filled. I am filled. Very good. See if we can get the bounce up. I raised blind drunk monkeys. Exactly. Put my stop down there. All right, it's either going to bounce off this area or it's not. And if it doesn't, then it'll be a losing trade. Yeah, it doesn't want to back test and bounce off of this line. Also have the 50 period moving average right there. I'm just eyeballing it. I'm not like calculating it per se. I have a rough general idea. $23,500, probably correct point to enter. Okay, well, we'll see if it gets down there. They're putting a monkey farm in near me. I hear those are profitable. And am I about to get stopped? Not looking so hot. Not looking like this thing is just going to keep on bleeding. So I am out. All right, what am I now? 3 for 4 on the stream? It is what it is. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm either 2 for 4 or 2 for 3 or 3 for 4. Didn't someone say Trump is still? I think so. But I'm not sure we ever got any confirmation of that. Kind of want to try again. If this wants to come back up, give me another hammer. But at this point, this is just bleeding. I'll take that trade, though, any day of the week. That was a nice little pullback. Nice congestion point of supports, or at least I thought it was congestion point, but this time there was no bounce. Hey, Dave, I'm just going to go ahead and link you to this class. I mean, you were just grilling me with questions, brother. Grilling me with questions. So that tells me you're probably pretty new. So check out the class. There you go. Everybody is invited, but I feel like Dave is the FBI. He has put me into a dark room. He's turned on one light that's above me, and he's just grilling me now. Am I dumb for being in longs? Well, I don't know. Are you? I don't know if you're dumb for being in longs. I would say you're dumb if you're not managing risk. I'll answer it that way. You are dumb if you're not managing risk. How much is each point worth? Here on the MNQ, 1 point is $2. But if it were the NQ, 1 point would be worth $20. All right, we got 8. I'm sorry. If you're with Take Profit Trader and you're in a pro account, remember, you have 7 minutes. You cannot be in a trade at 159 or else you will be busted. So and same even if with your other prop firms, take note, make sure you understand their rules. But if you're with Take Profit Trader, and that's who I'm using, that's who I'm with, that's why I'm talking more specifically to them, make sure you are out of the trade by 1:59 p.m. Eastern if you're in the Pro or Pro Plus accounts. You may not be in the trade at 2 o'clock or 2:01. The Fed announcement is coming here very quickly. But do not forget, again, Take Profit Traders, and maybe those of you in other prop firms, don't just think that you can't be in the trade at 2 o'clock. Some will say you can't be in like a minute early. So for you, it's not necessarily the 2 o'clock news. For Take Profit Traders, at least, it would be 1:59 is actually the line in the sand. Oh, don't do me dirty like that. Come on. You come down and stop me out, and then you give the move. Well, not the first time that's happened. Won't be the last. I don't know how long I'm going to go. If the likes keep creeping up, as always, Michael, I'll keep going. But we got over 200 likes, so that's why I'm going beyond the 3-hour mark. Likes will have to eventually get up to 225 if I'm going to go beyond the 3.5-hour mark. So if you have not yet hit that like button, make sure you hit it. That'll keep the party going. So yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to go because I don't know how well the like button's going to continue to do. So if the likes stagnate out, then yeah, I probably won't be around much longer. But if the likes continue to creep up, Michael, then yeah, I could easily see it going over another hour, if not more. But yes, that is all dependent on the like button. Or I should say the likes. ES is bouncing now. Yep, so is the MNQ, the NQ. Well, if you've ever been here, again, like you saw it, I bought right here. I got stopped out on that move, and now back up it goes. I took that trade but held. Well, where's your stop loss at? Just fun gaming. Yes, thank you, Julio. Indeed, 2 o'clock is the announcement. 5 minutes for Take Profit Trader members and the Pro or Pro Plus accounts get out of the trade. Clay, what is the like record? I want to say like 330 likes before I went on vacation. Before I went on that 1 week vacation a couple weeks ago, we were crushing it every day. Like I think the algorithm really started to like me or something. But we're working our way back up. Not quite back to the pre-vacation numbers, but slow and sure. But yeah, I think the record's like 330, 340 likes. So I'm not thinking we're going to hit that here, but yeah, I suppose never say never. Although we're at maybe a new record of 0 super chats. Usually we've been on a decent record of super chats. So this right now could be the first day in a while with $0 in super chats. So hey, if anybody's feeling just gracious and wants to throw me a penny as I shake my cup here to keep that'd be good to at least keep a super chat streak going of at least a few bucks in super chats. So that would be the one record here that is on the line, but kind of a negative record. Oh yeah, who was that guy yesterday? He kept super chatting. Who refused to? He kept wanting to do the SPY options. No kit, no super chats. Fair enough. Roderick, man, Anthony, you have a good memory. Yeah, we need Roderick back. Oh, nice. Likes already up over 225. All right, next stop 250. Hopefully. All right, I'm not touching anything now because even usually beforehand, things will pick up pace before the announcement even comes. But announcement in less than 4 minutes. If you're with Take Profit Trader in a Pro or Pro Plus, get out of the trade by 159. I have no idea, Chameleon. I have lots of horses in the stable. A super chat is, I don't know, like you can just send in money. And then it like highlights your chat, so then I would see it. All right, sounds good, Chris. Again, shout out to Chris for admitting his gains were due to luck. That is a rare sight to see these days. Oh, look at Nathan. The streak ends. Big Tick Energy and Jeff. Booyah. Oh, the sticker, that is. My 15K from Apex hit the bank this morning. Congrats. Good job. Yeah, so Big Tick Energy, I'd be interested in the ROI on that. The streak continues. Let's go. All right. 2 minutes. 2 minutes if you are with Take Profit. 1 minute. 1 minute if you're with Take Profit Trader. Get out of the trade. If you're in the Pro or Pro Plus accounts. If you're in a test, does not matter. But you literally have less than 1 minute. Get out of the trade or you're going to lose your account for a rule violation. Again, if you're with Take Profit Trader, Pro or Pro Plus, and potentially other prop firms. I don't know what other prop firms' rules are with this announcement, but with Take Profit Trader, get out now. 1 minute. You can get back in at 2:02. But I'm dead serious. Don't if you're pro and again, if you're with another prop firm too, you might want to consider this also. Get out, get out, get out. You've got to be out. If you're in a losing trade, oh well, you got to cut it because you will lose the entire account for a rule violation if you're in at 159. All right, I hope you're out because there it is, 159. Now T minus 1 minute. Again, my guess is, yeah, it'll get spiky, but not that spiky. Because I think everybody expects them to not change. So as long as that happens and everybody's already expecting that, I don't think it'll get too dramatic, but at 230, I can see that getting very dramatic. But here we go, folks. Buckle up. We'll see what happens. That's my estimation. It's not going to, it'll be spiky, but I'm not thinking there's going to be any like 100-point swings or anything like that. Now during the speech, maybe, but that doesn't start till 2:30 p.m. All right, here we go. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. And you'll be able to tell. You'll be able to tell when 2 o'clock hits. But here we go. Okay, so far I would say my guess is looking pretty good. Yeah, it's getting spiky, but very small range right now. My guess is they kept them the same. Because had they gone in either direction, it would have been chaos. So my guess is it was indeed keeping them the same. No change. Thank you, Mike. So yes. So like I said, sure, it's kind of spazzy looking, but not like other announcements can be spazzy looking. Because again, like I said, so as of now, I'm going to say my guess was right. Sure, it got a little jumpy, but by no means crazy at all. But don't be discouraged. At 2:30, that's when the fireworks could start. But the problem with those fireworks is you never know when they're going to show up because that's when the speech starts. So Jerome Powell could say something 2 minutes into the speech that freaks things out or gets people excited. It could be 15 minutes into the speech. It could be 17 minutes. You just don't know. Yeah, all right. So that is what makes a lot of sense, right? Just think about it. The expectation was no change. The expectation is what happened. Therefore, things got a little crazy. But now people are going to be listening to the speech and listening for clues. Listening for, okay, maybe are they getting closer to a cut or what? So 2:30 and after is where things might get, well, I think that's my call. That's where we're going to start to see some big movement. When Powell starts to speak. Because I don't think there's anything that Powell can say that would not create some spike. Because even if he's saying, yeah, we're going to keep things pretty much the same, that could freak out people that were looking for him to say that cuts are getting closer. Or if there's people that are thinking, yeah, things will probably stay the same, but then he says something about maybe rates getting cut, that could freak those people out. So I don't think Powell can get through the speech without freaking out at least one category of people out there, which should create some spice. But again, the problem with that spice is you don't quite know when it's going to come because you don't know the speech. September cut, I hope they raise rates. I am on team raise rates. So overall, what do we have? We have basically 510 up to 560, so a 50-point range here, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's 50 points is nothing to scoff at, but on a Fed announcement, 50 points, why raise rates? Because we're still not even out of the inflation target. The Fed still hasn't hit their inflation target. And I think savers should be paid. I think savers should, people that save money, are disciplined in their finances, I think they should be paid for that. If you have money sitting around, I believe that you should be paid for being a good saver, for being good with your money. Only people that want rates lower are people that are loaded down in debt. With all due respect, if you can't afford something, then just don't buy it. And guess what? You'll be able to buy it quicker if your savings add up quicker. And how will your savings add up quicker is if they raise interest rates. And then you'll get a higher rate in your accounts. And then you can save up money that much quicker. And then you can buy the thing without having to put yourself in debt. Why? Why are we over? So the economy is bad? That's what I don't understand. There's people out there claiming how great the economy is, yet at the same time wanting a rate cut. Has anybody ever studied economic history? That's not how it works. Rate cuts are for when things are bad. An absolute oxymoron out there. The economy is amazing. Cut rates. Wait, what? There's no stronger sign of an economy. If you want to flex your muscles about how strong an economy is, raise rates. That's how you flex muscles. Because then what you can say, see, my economy don't care about raising rates. In fact, raising rates is helping because the economy is so strong because people aren't drowning in debt. So yeah, raise those rates. You want to have an ultimate flex, raise rates. That's a sign of a strong economy. Everybody likes a discount. I don't know how does lower rates give a discount? Are you telling me that lower rates are going to create a discount in the real estate market? Or are lower rates going to create more bidding wars again in the real estate market? Raising rates restricts the economy. No, it doesn't. No, it don't. Does it restrict? Does it crush companies that are terrible with their balance sheets? Sure. But that's capitalism. Capitalism poorly run companies are supposed to go out of business. That's how capitalism works. Not crony capitalism where the government's got to stick their fingers in everything. Raising rates shows greed. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm sorry, but the people that are like, gimme. Let me load up on debt. But might make my debt cheaper because I want gimme. I can't afford it, but gimme. Those would be the greedy people. The people that refuse to save up for anything. The people that feel entitled to stuff now. Gimme. I can't afford it, but gimme. Raise rates so I can just get it now because my debt's cheaper. What's capitalism? Trump wants rates lower to help the housing market. Yes. Explain to me how bidding wars that shove up prices are going to help the housing market. Explain that to me. Again, if the logic is I want to lower rates so we can get more people into the real estate market. Hello, bidding wars. Are people's memories that short? Do people not remember when the gripe and complaint from everybody 2 or 3 years ago was, I can't get a house. By the time I get to see the house, there's already 8 bids in on the house. Does everybody forget that? Lowering rates will allow the economy to grow. How? Explain that to me. Again, a strong economy should be able to support higher rates. Oh, wait, but it's not that strong of an economy because our economy is drowning in debt. Okay, Rudy, you explain to me how lowering interest rates are going to help you buy a house. Explain that. Correct lyrics. That's the U.S. government. You want to talk about debt? Start there. Mike, you are more than welcome to disagree with economic history. I'm sorry, but making somebody's credit card payment cheaper? Yes. Well, does that grow in the temporary? Sure. If somebody shows up and they're like, new car, new clothes, new house, new everything, but then you find out that it's actually all on debt, Is that person did they actually grow their financial well-being, or do they just load it up on debt? Yeah, is it growth? Sure. Is it actually sustainable, real growth? No, that's the difference. I don't know how to analyze annual report. Well, as a day trader, I don't care about annual reports. What you're describing there is like fundamental analysis. I use technical analysis, which is the use of charts. Market manipulation at its best today. There is no manipulation in the market, Supreme. Here, I did this for you. Please go and listen to this. I did this especially for you, Supreme. I had you in mind. Along with everybody else that is, oh, market manipulation, oh, this, oh, the market makers that. Here, go listen to this. It'll give you some questions to ponder. And these questions will probably create a sense of discomfort because it'll kind of poke holes in your logic. There we go. I did this for you, Supreme, right here. There is zero manipulation, okay? The market is supply and demand, my friend. Supply and demand. Again, Mike, those businesses should fail. You have failed as a business if you have over-leveraged yourself, where your only hope is, please make my over-leveraged payments cheaper. You have failed. You need to fail. That's what capitalism is. You are promoting crony capitalism. You are promoting the government stepping in and trying to pick winners and losers. I'm a capitalist, not a crony capitalist. Part of capitalism is failing, just like trading, right? Part of being a trader is you fail. If you make a wrong decision, you fail. It is what it is. We have failed as a government then. We continue to fail. Yes. If you know so much, why are you here? What is that? What? What does that have to do with anything? What kind of logic is that? If you know so much, why are you here? Supreme, who did the manipulation? Are you about to tell me the market makers, Supreme? Somebody really didn't call. Oh wait. Market manipulation, that's best. Okay, who did the manipulating, Supreme? The market makers? Lower rates equal higher home prices. Correct. It amazes me how short of a memory people have. Like, do people not remember 2 or 3 years ago when interest rates were dirt cheap and everybody was complaining, I cannot buy a house because every house I try to buy, there's like 30 offers on it. These bidding wars are crazy. These bidding wars are driving up prices. And then they're saying, hey, lower interest rates so we can get more buyers into the market. It's amazing. We're truly living in case study bizarro world right now. So why did Powell lower rates so many times? Good question. That's why I don't give him an A+, Mike. I think Powell's doing a good job, but because he did that, that's why I don't give him an A+ as a Fed chairman. I do think he's been doing a good job, but I can't give him an A or an A+ because of that very thing right there. He should not have done that. Where'd Supreme go? I'm curious who these people are that are manipulating the market. Lyrics, algorithmic trading is irrelevant. Again, the whole topic of manipulation, manipulation or algorithmic trading, AI, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because charts are awesome. So what do I mean by, all right, so because it's actually been a while since I've done this. All right, so I'm not saying I believe this, but let's just assume that algorithmic trading is like beast mode. It's like, it's out there. It exists. It's manipulating. So that, again, I'm not saying I believe that, but let's just assume that is the thing. So algorithms are out there manipulating. So let's say you're watching a chart And let's say this is, this is 100. So this line here represents 100. And let's say you're just watching a chart. And again, I am conceding algorithmic manipulation exists. And you see this. Okay. What do you think? Whoever programmed that algorithm, any guesses on what the algorithm was programmed to manipulate and to do? Any guesses based on this? Again, and this right here is the price, just so we know. That's the price. This is the level of 100, and then this right here is the price. Any guesses on what the manipulation is? On what the coders who did the algorithm, what they were coding the algorithm to do? Do we have any guesses on what they were maybe doing? What the quote-unquote manipulation is? Any guesses? Do we have any guesses? Again, we're just watching the chart, and then we notice this. Chameleon, correct. That is also interesting logic that these people always seem to forget, such as Supreme, who disappeared. Anybody who blames Powell doesn't understand economics at all. Does he play a role? Sure. But it's the government who keeps spending. And I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, you're equally as guilty. Everybody spends. Yes, I would say that the manipulation here is buy at 100, hold 100. Okay, now let's put our minds together and think, okay, so there is manipulation in the market. We've identified this manipulation. Now let's think, is there any way that we as retail traders could benefit, could make money from this manipulation that we've identified? Does anybody have any ideas about how we could leverage this manipulation in our favor? Any ideas out there? Any ideas about how we could leverage this manipulation in our favor? Got to be more specific, Dave. Got to be more specific. What do you mean by that? Flip-flop. This is the pattern, flip-flop. What do you mean find a pattern? We've already found the pattern. Holy smokes. This is the stuff that blows my... Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe this doesn't actually make sense about what I'm about to say. Thank you, One Roby. Thank goodness. Okay, in my mind, maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I'm wrong. In my mind is, well, you know what? Why don't I just buy at, let's say, 101? How about I just buy at 101? Because it seems as though the price will bounce off 100. Maybe I buy at 150. Maybe I buy it at 101 penny. I don't know. Maybe I just buy right there because the manipulation seems to be don't let it fall below 100 and keep bouncing it off. Does anybody see that? Give me a 5. Does that make sense? I'm so scared right now that like one person answered that. Does my trade plan make sense at all? Like, we've identified something of manipulation. How can I make this manipulation work for me? Why don't I just buy at 100 or 101? So my point here is this. Who cares about manipulation? That's the great thing about charts. Charts shows price. What is being manipulated if you accept the premise that stuff is being manipulated? Price. So if charts measure price, then therefore charts are going to expose the manipulation. Now, I don't think manipulation is out there anyways. I think it's all supply and demand. But even if it was out there, who cares? That's why charts are awesome. As we continue to just watch this thing chop around, waiting for the meeting at 2:30. So kind of shooting the breeze right now. But yeah, quite anticlimactic, but that was my guess. I'm on the record of guessing. It'll get a little jiggy, but not that jiggy. But I'm still on the hook for my prediction at 2:30 and beyond. Between 2:30 and 3. I don't know how long the speech usually lasts. Probably about 30 minutes. I don't know if that's true. Does anybody know off the top of their head? Does everybody know how long the Fed speeches usually last? But anyways, I'm going to just say between 2:30 and 3. Let me turn on I'm getting all flustered over here. I'm getting fired up about this talks. Let's go. But about 30 minutes. No. TPT Pro account was prohibited at 150. You could not be in a trade at 159 because you cannot be in the trade 1 minute before or after the announcement. So because the announcement was at 2 o'clock, you could not be in the trade at 159 or 201. What's your plan? I don't know. I don't know what my plan is right now. I'm just watching. Too choppy for my liking. So I'm just trying to be patient. So my plan right now is just be patient. That's my plan. Once you have figured it out is exactly when it's going to change. Confirmation bias would make you think that, but that's not true. Hey, we need to get 18 more likes here. We got to get this up to 250. Technically, we should be probably to 250 already. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you want this party to continue, please hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 250 likes, which would put us in a good solid territory. So I'm not going to say we need to be up there in the next 5 minutes, but definitely need to get this up to 250 likes sooner than later, or else I'll just wave the white flag and we'll call it good. So if you want to help contribute to the party continuing, make sure you hit that like button. Raise the interest rates on likes. Hey, Todd. Where did Supreme go? And somebody did bring up the logic. So to just kind of tie the bow, if you do think that the markets are just rigged, manipulated, all this sort of stuff, that's fine. But you better not tell me that you're trading them. Because if it is your position that everything is out of your control, why are you putting your money in a situation where it is out of your control? That makes no sense. In other words, if you take a losing trade and you're like, well, the problem with that trade was the market makers, you are stupid. Because there's actually no solution to that problem. If the solution is external to you, that's bad. But here's the freeing part with my position. When I take a losing trade, if I do something dumb, I blame me. Do you know what's powerful about that? Because if I'm the problem, guess who's also the solution? Me. But if it is your position that your problems are external and you're innocent, it's not your fault, well, why are you trading? Because per your own premise, there's no fix. You cannot fix your problem because you're actually not the problem. Therefore, there's no fix. So, I mean, it's such a scary position to take. It's all manipulated. It's this, that, and the other. Well, then you better not trade because you literally there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, if I do something stupid, guess what? It's me that did it stupid. It's not the market maker's fault. It's not AI's fault. It's not the algorithm's fault. It's my fault. But that is freeing because if it's my fault, then I'm also the solution. And I will now step off of my soapbox. But there you go. Don't bring that manipulation. If you want to, fine. But you better not tell me you're trading the markets. That makes zero logical sense. Where's the bot helping to kick in on the... Yeah, that didn't show up today, it seems. All right, we are approaching... I don't know. Is Powell usually pretty on the ball? Like the president, if something starts at XYZ time, usually they're like... I mean, they could be like 20 minutes late. Is Powell usually on time? But yeah, I'm thinking that between 2:30 and 3, things are going to get spicy, boys and girls. Buckle up, boys and girls. But right now, kind of just, and I mean, not kind of, it is just, I'm going to actually get rid of that level. Pretty much just a choppy chop right now. You can trade during the speech. Yep. Now, I don't know if it's wise to trade during the speech because, like I said, you could be looking at like a beautiful, beautiful bull flag pattern. I mean, you could be looking at like almost as beautiful as my face. So you could see you could have the price coming down, and it could be starting to poke out. And then if Powell says one word that the market doesn't like, boop, boop. So that's why it's risky to trade during the speech. But it can also create some good volatility. And I'm here for the spiciness, so we'll see what happens. But if you do trade during the speech, in my opinion, you are a crazy person if you are trading, especially, well, I mean, really anything, but especially futures. If you're trading during the speech outside of a prop firm with your own funds, you are crazy. You are crazy. If you don't know what I mean by that, well, I use a prop firm, and one of the great things about prop firms is this right here, the added risk control and how they allow you to protect your own money. How is that the case? Well, just as a quick little, kind of context provider in terms of why I think you're crazy, is let's say you're let's say you're doing your 25K account. So in order to have 25K, did I say 15K? 25K purchasing power, it'll cost you $90. If you lose $1,500, then your consequence is not losing $1,500 out of your pocket, but your consequence is they take the account away from you, meaning you're out $90. But if during the speech something crazy happens and poof, you're down $1,500 with your own funds, well, guess what? That's literally $1,500 of your money gone. In this situation, there is still a consequence. The consequence is not, though, losing $1,500 of your own money. The consequence is losing $90. So if it were me, it's always a magnitude of the consequence. What do you want the magnitude of the consequence to be? And the prop firm, the magnitude of the consequence is just whatever you paid for the account. So if you're with the 50K account, the magnitude would be $102. Now, yeah, you would have to lose $2,000 in order to violate the rule and your account's gone. But again, let's see, lose $2,000 as the magnitude of the consequence or lose $102. Personally, I would rather lose $102. So that's what I mean by if you are going to trade during the speech, I think you're pretty crazy to be trading outside of a prop firm because boy, oh boy, if you're on the wrong side of something, ouch. I passed the 50K test last night. Nice. I do remember. Actually, I lied. I don't know if I remember you saying you needed 300 exactly, but well done, Todd. Rising wedge on the 1,000 tick. Yeah, I'm not going to trade right now. I'm sizing very down for the speech. That's wise, loyal. Can't wait. I'm feeling a bronze Trojan horse stepping. Oh yeah, those are good ones. Yeah, they just don't want you to trade during the release of the news. Exactly. Babu, hello. Good to see ya. Omar, a hint. Europe deal. Didn't they already pass a Europe deal? I have a 25K pro account too. Well done, Todd. All right, well, you're going to start training. Are you doing the racehorse model, Todd? I think I asked you this yesterday. If so, you better get another horse training. Let's go. Keep those horses training. I've traded during Fed speeches before, and it can be like riding a roller coaster. Indeed. Indeed. Speech starts, I think, in 3 minutes, assuming they're on time. I'm going to. All right, good, Todd. Code Clay, brother. Code Clay. Support the channel, get a discount. A win-win for everybody. All right. Again, less than 3 minutes for Powell to start the speech. So my prediction has been that on the announcement at 2 o'clock, it would be okay. It would be kind of lackluster, and that's what happened. But in order for me to be perfect, we're going to need to see some good, crazy movements from 2:30 to 3 during the speech. If my ultimate guess, my ultimate prediction is going to play out. Yes, exactly. Using code Clay does feed starving kids. These kids are mine. I have 6 kids. They like to eat, and they like to eat more and more. So code Clay will feed starving kids. That is true. I listen for time, and you talk nice. Well, thank you, Mohammed. I appreciate that. Some people don't think I'm too nice. Some people think I'm mad, I'm angry, I need to calm down. To be fair, sometimes I am probably mad and angry, and I probably do need to calm down. But a lot of times, I get a little animated. So I'm glad you think that I talk nice. Thank you. All right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get short here. Put my stop right there. So let's see if we can get a rejection back down. If I'm wrong, So be it. Blue. Oh, don't start blinking on me, blue line. Come on. Calm down. There we go. Little scalpy scalp on that one. Trying to get my feet wet a little bit. Little scalpy scalp. And it's 2:30. Or it's almost 2:30. So I'm not quite sure. Exactly. What Anthony said. If people do not use code Clay, my kids have to eat bark that night. Bark and stone. I'm pretty sure Todd's used code Clay before. But thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate because others may not be aware. But yes, code Clay gives you the 40% discount and $0 activation fee. Yeah, bark and stone instead of steak and lobster. Exactly. All right. Almost 2:30. Now here we go. My window has opened. And between now and 3 o'clock, if my prediction is going to be right, we should see some great movements. But the problem, self-admittedly, is because it's a speech, you have no idea when a spike could happen, which adds in that layer of risk, which is why I say if you're trading outside of a prop firm, you are crazy. Hey, come on. We need 10 more likes to get this up to 250. Why are we stuck on 240? Bunch of cruel people. Let's just hold back, and let's let them get to 250. So at this point, yeah, we need to get 10 more likes in 3 minutes. So by the 3 hour and 45 minute mark, this has got to get up to the 250 likes. If it's not there, then we'll call it good. But if you have not yet hit the like button, do so. Let's keep the party going. Oh, somebody took a like away. All right, now we need 11 likes. Again, if you want the party to continue, hit that like button. So we have 2.5 minutes to get 9 more likes. I'm not sure we're going to make it. I guess, or I'll do $10 in super chats. Either way, $10 in super chats, or at this point, 7 more likes. Speech is starting. Roger that. Well, I may not be here for the speech. I may be cutting it loose. We got to get either 6 more likes or $10 in super chats in the next 2 minutes. We'll see if we can pull it off or not. All right, less than 2 minutes. 5 more likes or $10 in super chats. Again, hitting the like button is a metric that I use to gauge interest. And if we can't even hit 250 at this point, I will just assume that the interest is gone. No, we do not benefit. If you hit the dislike button, there is no benefit. This is really off-putting. Well, Drinky, I got to monitor my time somehow, Drinky. I prefer not to waste my time, and if people are no longer interested, Drinky, well then I don't want to keep doing it. I'm sorry that my time management is off-putting. Kind of one of those sorry not sorry things, because I'm not too sorry that I'm trying to manage my time. All right, less than 1 minute. Got to get 3 more likes here. Uh-oh. Two more. Oh, 251. There we go. All right, the party shall continue. Living by the skin of our teeth. Yeah, Drinky thought it was off. I mean, I get it. We made it. We made it. We had a couple of drops. So Drinky took his like away. He's not happy that I'm trying to manage my time. But that's all right. So there we go. Speech starts, getting move up. Now I'll move straight back down. So this is where the spice starts. Assuming my prediction is correct. Oh, that was not you. All right. Well, apologies. I thought that was a safe bet. I thought that was a trade with an edge in my favor. That one of them was Drinky, but It just shows to show there are no guarantees. Whoa, whoa, what did he say there? What did he say there? Whoa, what did he say? That's what I meant. That's what I'm talking about. Buckle up, boys and girls. That's why I'm saying you're kind of crazy if you're doing this stuff without a prop firm account. Woo-hoo-hoo. That was what? 60 up to about 80, about 20 points, just like that. Boom. Buckle up. I'm using my own funds to trade right now. Well, I think you're a crazy person. The fact that you're not doing prop firms just well, oh wait, yeah. I've already been down this rabbit hole with investing for a living. He's one of those people. Am I selling? I'm not doing anything right now. Just made 20 bucks in a half a second. All right. I love it when people brag about being inefficient with their money. That's great. The next one will probably be, I'm in line right now at the convenience store. I'm going to throw 100 bucks into lottery tickets. That's probably the next thing somebody's going to brag about. You should buy if it drops. Well, DJ Riri, if you want to buy me an account, I would gladly buy when it drops. Well, then get another account. Racehorse model. Load up the stable. Well, he's saying something that the market likes. Man, look at this 5 minute right now. 5 minute, essentially straight up. Dotted brown line is a pivot point. So that doesn't mean that it will reject off of it, but it is an area that probably worth keeping an eye on up there. Dotted brown line, pivot point. What's the deal with Profit Trader that everyone is talking about? That they do, I have no idea what you're talking about, DJ Riri. I'm not even close to understanding what you're asking. What's the deal with Profit Trader that everyone is talking about? That they do, that's unfair. He's already taking questions, Jeff. His speech is, whoa! I turned my back for a second. Who asked what? Now look at it. See what I meant? The speech is where the spice is at. Speech in the Q&A session. Someone says they do something Someone says they do something unfair. Well, who says this and what is this thing that is unfair? Wow. So that, hey, all right, here we go. I would like to say that my prediction did turn out to be true. I think that the original announcement was pretty blah, but the speech, now these are some wide, one candle here. 86 down to, that was like 40 points in one candle. There we go. Just made 300 in less than a second. I'm glad it worked out for you, Mark. I could put a stop there. I better just go with 3. In. Keep coming down. Uh-oh. I should have scalped it maybe. Come back down. Come on, Paul, say something bad. I'm getting greedy. I should be scalping, but I want to see more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was in the green again. Oh, I want to see more. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. Greedy. I better get out. Okay, there we go. Just wait. You'll get it. DJ Riri, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but weren't you telling me last week that you're like brand new? Or do I have you confused with somebody else? I might have you confused, but I could have sworn that you showed up like last week saying like you're brand new and like you're just kind of saying stuff. Is that you or do I have confused? Trading this is nuts. Yeah, a little bit. But not too nuts. If you are doing smaller size, micros, in a prop firm, then it becomes a little less nuts. I'm new, sorry. Well, I mean, I say this with all due respect, I really do. But I'm not sure if somebody that's brand new should be telling them, hey, just wait, you'll get it. Like, on what basis? Like, you're brand new. Like, if you were, let's say you were the patient about to get a surgery, and then there's the doctor, and then there's like a medical student that just started medical school 3 hours ago, and they like start lecturing the doctor. Hey, you'll be all right. Just cut there. You'll be good. Just cut right there. You'll be good. I think that might make you nervous. It would make me nervous. Here we go. This is the movement I was talking about right here. Thank you, Paul, for not making me look too stupid in my prediction. Here's a big movement. Bring on that speech. Let's go. I'm thinking about pulling up the pro account. It's been a good run for this pro account. I've gotten a lot of payouts from it, but these are these things. If you trade this and I get aggressive, like it could be gone, which is not a big deal because per my what I call the racehorse model, I have plenty of racehorses in the stable if it does get killed, but I might have to try it. It's been, like I said, it's been a good run for this pro account. Have had several payouts. But do we want to get a little spicy here? I think if we lose 500, quick test. Think so? I think if we lose 500... Still got a 4 point. I don't know. I'll think about it. So this is an account where if it gets roasted, that would be disappointing because this is a pro account. On the flip side, though, like I said, explained already, it's a pro account that I've gotten a lot of payments from already. So it's certainly, I mean, it's been a great one. It's had a great run. Ideally, the run continues, and I have plenty of horses in the stable. So if this one gets roasted, I'll just plug another one in, and we'll keep going with the pro accounts. But I'm not quite sure. I don't know. Maybe a long down around here since it's bounced already once. We'll see if it wants to come back down. Yeah, if it wants to come down, I will think about it. Right here around this area here for a long. It's bounced from there before, bounced from there before. You have the 200 period moving average, you have the VWAP. But step one is it would need to actually come down to that area when it's not even close right now. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Powell says the economy is strong enough to not lower interest rates. Good. I don't think they will lower in September either. Good. GDP. What? I'm a little confused, Omar, on what the gross domestic product, what relevance it has right now to somebody day trading futures. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but I'm curious, how would the gross domestic product be relevant? GDP beat expectations. Okay, Omar just put GDP with a question mark. So that's what. Again, to be fair to Omar, I'm not saying it's not. It's irrelevant. I'm struggling to see what the. Why he's all of a sudden curious about the gross domestic product. Are we about to see a V shape here? If so, there are going to be some shorts getting roasted. If you're new, what is a V shape? Well, that's where a price moves in one direction, and then all of a sudden it goes right back up and makes a V. A very painful experience for any shorts that are trying to maybe think that it will roll back over. What I was asking is, like, at this moment in time, Omar, at this moment in time, said GDP question mark. So that what I'm asking about is, like, right now, at this exact moment, what exactly does the GDP have to do with anything? Yeah. The prop firms are, I mean, they're prop firms, I would imagine, on days like this are probably filled with some people having really good days and then others not so much. I mean, you think about it. Whoa. But people that were probably feeling pretty bullish there, those people got destroyed. And then anybody that was shorting this move back up here, they had a rough run at it. I don't know. Is this a breakout point? Like, should I try a ATM right there? Buy and then look to just try to scalp out. Again, if I buy at the green line with and then my target would be the red line. Blue one test going. Well, I'm glad it was just a test, Matt, and not like your own funds. Okay, here we go. This is what I was thinking about earlier. That's why I did it. Yeah, you know, like I said, everybody's got their own strategies. If it's a test account and you want to get a little bit more aggressive for whatever reason, you know, yeah, that's what happens. I don't know. I'm kind of, if I... All right, coming all the way down here now. Do we get another bounce? I'm just going to paper trade it. So let's see if it hits that green line, would it have come back up? Nope, I would not have been filled. All right, that makes me feel better. There's the bounce, but I would not have been filled. Notice how that lower wick never hit the green line, so I wouldn't have been filled anyways. Right general idea, would not have been filled, but let's see if I maybe give it. Okay, still would not have been filled. Still would not have been filled. Nope. Again, this is the order that I'm thinking about putting in. So right now I'm just paper trading it by seeing how would it have played out. But still, I would not have been filled because the price never has hit that green line yet. Smaller candle is good for... Well, hey, Deepak, how about you start to give us some trade plans? So Deepak, you're new here, so welcome. This is how we do things around here. Give us an entry point, a target, and a stop loss. Give us those three numbers before the price gets to that area. That's how we do it. Clay, are you rich? Yeah, I woke up this morning. And all 6 of my kids woke up this morning, and my wife woke up this morning. I am indeed rich. All right, let's see. Green line. Again, okay, I'd be in. Uh-oh. Oh, good. I'm glad I did not do that. Woo! Well, I think I would have been roasted. It would have been close to being roasted. And I think at this point, I would have been roasted. Okay, good. Whew. Glad I never locked in that order. That's off-putting, Drinky. Jeez, Drinky, that was an off-putting comment. Got filled at 5:15, out at 5:24. Good job. I probably should have listened to Mark. Mark said if 2,500 was broken, should be able to get down to 90. I would have had that. So say you have a 50K funded account and you profit is 5K, now 55K, and you blow your account at 48K, you're losing your profit and your initial startup. I think so. I think, Nick, if I understand that right, but I'm trying to focus on this too. Maybe somebody else can see Nick's question. Let's do this. Let me just try to give myself a little more flexibility. So again, this could be Roast City, but that's okay with this account. Okay, let's see what we can do. I have pretty much my do or die point down there. All right, so a little scalp on that one. Again, this is the pro account. So these are funds now that I could throw right into my bank account if I wanted. Maybe we'll try something again. I got a thumbs up for that response. I'm not quite sure what response you're referring to, but thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed one of my responses. Are you shorting this thing, Mark? Yeah, I want to say that per next thing, I was sort of like, yeah, like, if you make a bunch of money and then you don't pay yourself and then you like lose it all, that is the give and take with the prop firm. You can either pay yourself, have money sent to your bank account, or you can leave it in and create buffer. But yeah, if you ultimately still blow through everything, including the buffer, then it's all gone. I don't know. Should I be shorting this and just put a stop up here? Is there just a whole lot of downwards pressure now? That's the thing. All it takes is one other. That's what's so crazy is it takes another question, another answer, and then all of a sudden this is shooting straight back up. That is the nature of these speeches. They can be looking great one moment, and then the next moment just boing. Something to keep in mind on the 5 minute, we do have these lows right here. In fact, probably worth getting a trend line across to just kind of keep an eye on this set of lows right here. Is that a buy down there? Yeah, it is. Exactly, Frank. Super lame action right now. For sure. Got in at 482 and sold at. Nice job. Nice job, Connor. Good job. Oh man, Powell's raising people's credit scores. Congrats, Kyle. There is no buy yet. All sells. Huh? I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean there's no buy? I mean, anytime it goes up includes there is buys, right? That's just supply and demand. So like if this price goes up at all, there were buys. I don't think I'm understanding your comment. This is just ugly. Not if you're short, it's not. Yeah, so Powell must be saying some stuff that's like, yeah, we're not anywhere close to raising interest rates. That would be my guess based on the price action. The long is the safer trade. I don't know about that. I mean, the long is a safer trade. People have been getting, not been safe for quite a while now. I don't know what the safer trade is right now. That's why I'm just sitting here staring at my screen. Because going long right now does not feel safe. Going short right now doesn't feel safe either. That feels like a FOMO chase. You've been trading this longs, Mark? You've been trading this stuff? Oh my goodness. How much are you up right now then? Mark is just going for it. Nice, Mark. You're doing micros, right? You're not doing NQ, right? MNQ? I hope. All right, cool. I mean, I so just want to get short here. Like, it seems like just go short, all this thing does is go down. But that's always the moments, too, where it's like, oh, you think so, huh? Boing. $400 secured. Congrats. All right, I'm going to hop over to 64. I get short here, 37. Oh boy, that's... I better do it with one. Bit of a chase there. Sell. Okay, in. A wise chase, a wise FOMO. How is it wise? Well, 3 layers. Layer number 1, this is the prop account. Layer number 2, this is the MNQ. Layer number 3, it is 1 MNQ. So I'm now in the trade. I FOMO'd, but I FOMO'd wisely. Keep on coming down. Taking me, carry me home to the place I belong. There we go. Let's get this a winning trade. It will be a winning trade. West Virginia. Go back. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. You're beautiful to me. There we go. See, it loves me singing. You're beautiful. Why didn't I go with all NQs? What am I doing? Why did I only do 1? There we go. You're beautiful to me. Keep coming down. Sings up. All right, I'll take that. That's how you FOMO wisely. Man, I should have done way more size. I should have done 15 NQs. I should have had more confidence in my singing voice. Who was saying that this is a safe long? Who said that? I don't remember anymore at this point. Somebody was like, the long is a safer trade. Who said that? What? I don't remember. Maybe I'm making that. I might be making that up. I could have sworn somebody was like, taking the long is the safer trade. But I might have been making that up. Holy smokes. What is he saying? Keep singing, Clay. Your singing and Paul speaking are good, Matt, man. I'm glad my bird-like voice. Yeah, no, seriously, what is Paul saying? The market clearly does not like it. Oh, Nathan wins the day with that comment. When I'm asking who said that comment, Nathan says he's busy resetting his accounts now. You win the day. You win. You win the day on commenting with that one. Oh, man. That's what we call a good old-fashioned mic drop. Wait. I think that was the guy's name, too, wasn't it? Did I just create an unintended pun? Was that just a mic drop? Oh, man. I might have just taken the account back unintentionally. The win of the day with that. Big Tick Energy with the mic drop comment. Oh man, we're like the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan, man. That was good teamwork right there. Oh man, that is a little ironic. The guy that's like the safer trade right now is a long. We ain't hearing from him right now. Probably true. He's probably reset. In all seriousness, though, I hope he's okay. I hope if he was going long. Hey, Mark, are you still here? I'm a little worried for Mark right now. He said he's been playing all these long. Mark, are you still here? If so, Mark, do you still have your account? This move right here just roasted a lot of people that were wanting to go long and been playing long, I think. He's at Best Buy buying a new monitor. I hope not. You still got your account, Mark? Please don't tell me you kept playing long, because that was a nasty move. Yeah, but it got ugly. Well, I'm glad you still at least have your account. Jim, Paul is speaking. I think Paul's doing question and answers right now. This is what I said earlier, Jim. The spice was not going to start until between 2:30 and 3, because that's when the speech was. And things have gotten nasty. Well, I'm glad you still got your account, Mark. But yes, this is the thing blown accounts are made out of right here. Yeah, if you're enjoying, if you're having fun right now, hit the like button. If you're having fun right now, this is fun. Singing, wisely FOMOing is fun. Again, wisely FOMOing, okay? If you're just FOMOing, no good. If you're going to FOMO, be wise about it. Man, only 2 people are having fun with all this? Dang. Jim has to lose 50. Okay, go to the MNQ. Go to MNQ. Go to MNQ, 1 contract. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Blew my account by 4. Oh, no. Well, Johnny, it happens. Again, Jim, 1 MNQ, and then just buy market, sell market, or do the opposite. Sell market, buy market as fast as you can, and just keep an eye on your numbers. Eddie is up 1450. Awesome, Eddie. Congrats. Great job. Are you serious? I asked if you're having fun. Hit the like button, and it went up by 2. Well, I'm having fun. Well, that was fast, Jim. Are you sure you pressed the button as fast as you could? Or did you press buy market, wait a second, and then press sell market? How did you go down below that far below? Minding my own business. Up 1,600. Fantastic. Good job. I did it. I said 1 MNQ. 1 for that very reason. Who is longing? People who feel like resetting accounts. That's who's longing. People that for some strange reason like to press the reset button. How many points did I get on that trade? I don't remember. I don't know. Are you okay, Mike? You still have an account? Or were you going long that whole time? We were all worried for you for a bit, Mike. What are you talking about, Mike? What are you talking about? This, you can't be serious. You were saying the same thing up here. Absolutely crushed. I guess some people just, okay. All right, Mike, you keep going long with your controlled risks. Manclad went long and blew my... I know. That's why I don't blame you, Wolf Shirt. Mike said to go long. It was a safe trade. Time to visit the 20 SMA. It's bound to happen once a month. You're beautiful to me. All right, Mike, sorry, I got to put you on timeout again. I don't think, are you that dented or what's going on here? Okay, we'll have to go with the 24-hour timeout. Dude, do you not realize what literally everybody in the chat is joking around and realizing? You're spewing that stuff since like right here. You're spewing about long being safe, and since then it has continued to collapse, and yet you're still sitting here saying the same stuff. It's almost like you stepped away, like you had bad Taco Bell, so you had to go to the bathroom, and you missed this entire move down after you were saying the same stuff. Like what am I missing here? I cannot take it. Time out 1 hour or 24 hours. Goodness. Like surely you understand where we're coming from. Like how crazy you sound. Again, like are you not aware you were saying the stuff right there, and then this happened all the way down here, and then you're still saying the same stuff. And let me guess, you probably aren't even trading into this anyways. You're sitting there armchair. I mean, you can't reply because you're on mute now. You're probably not even, you're just armchair quarterbacking anyways. You're not putting your money where your mouth is. Goodness. All right, here's a poll though. Maybe am I crazy? Or is that kind of weird that Mike came back saying the exact same stuff he was saying before we witnessed that massive collapse? So give me a 1 if I'm crazy. Give me a 2 if if I'm in the same boat as you. 1 if I'm crazy. 2 if I'm in the same boat as the way you're processing all this. Like it's one of these things where it seems like so obvious that it's like maybe I'm missing something. Like what am I not understanding here? All right, coach doesn't. Okay. Well, it makes me feel better. There's at least a few of us that are crazy then. And I'm sure if he was not on mute, right, or if he was not in timeout, he'd probably be sitting there saying, I told you so, right? Wrong a million times here. Wrong millions of times. Then it finally bounces. See, I told you so. I can't take it. I can't take that. I can only take so much, brothers. All right. Well, we were at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Well, this was a fun day. But yes, if you are in the prop firm space or wanting to get into the prop firm space or maybe wanting to expand your empire, if you are an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader and you've never used Take Profit Trader, give them a try. You will love them. Once you get to the pro accounts, you can have daily payouts. You can make payouts in any amount you want. So there's no caps or anything like that. So no matter what category you're in terms of beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, give Take Profit Trader a try. I'm quite confident you will enjoy them. And then if you're somebody that's maybe already using Apex Trader, but you're just wondering, hey Clay, I like your live stream. Do you have a code? I'd like to use it so I can support the live stream. I do have a code with Apex also, code Clay. Or maybe you're in Take Profit Trader, but now you're ready to expand your empire out. Then yeah, you can build your empire more. As these ones have both been around, they have a track record of paying and paying out. But again, if you're a beginner, please don't start with Apex Trader. Take Profit Trader, very clean set of rules, and that is why specifically the beginner, I say, needs to start off with Take Profit Trader. So, and then just to be bluntly honest, if you enjoy the live stream, if I'm going to be here for 4 hours and 20 minutes of my day, this does need to be worth my time in some aspects, and a great way for a win-win for you to save money by using code Clay, and for me to help to make it worth my time. Using code Clay creates a win-win for everybody, which is the best deal. Wolf, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're a troll. I don't know, but like it was right there on your screen the entire time, Wolf. But wait, no, I'm sorry. I have you mixed up with somebody else. Never mind. I take that back. Dingy or Dingus or Drinky or Dinky, whatever that guy's name was. That's who I don't know how much I made on the short, but whatever the amount was before I took that trade, however, whatever that distance changed, that would have been the amount. But that is how. So, all right, everybody. Well, that's all I have. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So like I said, if you want to support the live stream, make sure to use code Clay at either Take Profit Trader or Apex. On your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, also subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you are made aware of when I go live each day. Sometimes I'm a little early and it can be a little random, but I'll be here for sure by 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. But if I show up early and you want to know that, then subscribing, turn on notifications will alert you to that. So thanks for everybody for being here. Had a good time. Like I said, hit that like button on the way out, and I will see you back tomorrow. Take